taking office, or he has always been like this?
He changed abruptly after getting that position, and he started mistreating everyone.
Look at paragraph 5 of the said affidavit, where you say, I'll assist you in reading, that the deputy governor has since then ensured that there are at least 5 county officers stationed at our home, performing not only manual jobs in the farm, including but not limited to digging wells at our compound, feeding dairy cows, an aspect I strongly believe that is not part of their job description, but also spending the night in one of our father's house. Now, I put this question to you. Do you live in the same compound with the deputy governor?
Yes, we live, Madam Speaker, we live in the same communal compound with my brother, the deputy governor.
So while living in that particular communal compound, are you able to see what happens in each other's homestead?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Because I'm sick, I stay at home all the time, more than my brother, the deputy speaker. I see what happens day in, day out.
You speak about 5 officers. Are these normal casuals, or these are county enforcement officers?
Madam Speaker, these are county security officers.
How are you able to distinguish that they are county enforcement officers or security officers?
Madam Speaker, they come on duty in uniform, green uniform, every day.
It is your statement, therefore, that the enforcement officers do all jobs for and on behalf of the deputy governor, yes?
Yes, Madam Speaker, they do that. And I'm an eyewitness.
Would you describe the kind of the jobs they undertake? Other than feeding the dairy cows and digging wells, is there anything else that they do?
Yes, Madam Speaker. There are some who do the lawn mowing. There are those who dug. In fact, they deepened an existing well for our brother when I was sick.
Look at paragraph 6 again of your affidavit. Before we do that, you say that but they also spend night in one of our father's old house, yes?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Who are these who spend the night there?
The security guards who come during the night. Once they finish, all of us report into the compound. They go and sleep in that house.
Paragraph 6 of your affidavit, Mr. Ruben, states that my brother, the deputy governor of Kisii County, has made it his business to ensure that our home is an extension of the county, wherein he dictates and in misuse of the county officers has his way. Since he came into office, there has been at least 5 working in his farm. Clear demonstration that the deputy governor is in misusing staffs of the county. Do you confirm that he does misuse them?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I confirm. And I can give explanation how it happens.
Please do.
For example, Madam Speaker, on the 20th of December 2023, my brother without me knowing, because I was building some timber where I wanted to plant some more trees. Without knowing, his wife came to where the fundis were splitting the timber and told him that I had cut their trees. And then my brother came without me knowing with about 20 security officers, county security officers, and about 7 national government askaris to arrest me, which shocked me. I could not believe it. So 20 county security officers plus about 7 national askaris from Keumbu police station. Without me knowing, I was shocked and I was arrested.
Did they tell you the reason why they were arresting you?
He never told me the reason. He just told the askaris because he was the one who was leading them to the shamba. He's the one who was leading them to the shamba.
You mean he was present at that particular time? And
Yes, Madam Speaker.
when you say his one was,
He said, we didn't come here to argue with anybody. We came here, Askari, can you do what you came here to do? And the Askaris told me you are under arrest.
which askaris told you that you're under arrest? The National Police Service or the county enforcement? Whom was he commandeering?
He commandeered the deputy OCS Keumbu and also the deputy.
I'm asking between the county enforcement officers and the national police officers, whom did he order that you should be arrested?
I repeat, he told the deputy OCS Keumbu and also the deputy, I think is the deputy for the security officer. Who was there. He told the.
Which security officers is in particular?
I think I've said that somewhere.
Yeah, you know, we have 2 groups here, Mr. Ruben. We have
that's
20.
what I'm talking about.
Yes.
The 2.
Yes.
I'm differentiating between.
Please do.
So I'm saying the deputy.
We can assist you to read the paragraph.
Yes. Forgive me, Madam Speaker, because I'm unaware.
Just to refresh your memories, Mr. Ruben,
Yes.
we have 2 groups here.
Yes.
We have 20 county enforcement officers.
Yeah.
Did the day governor command them to arrest?
Yes, he commanded them to arrest me.
Thank you. Now, what transpired thereafter?
Council, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm just about to be done.
What happened, Madam Speaker? I was harassed very badly by the askaris. I was taken to Keumbu. At Keumbu, I was not given NB. I was not booked. And then after 3 hours, I was taken to Kisii by the askaris from Keumbu because it looks like there were orders which were coming from Kisii train station. The Keumbu askari rushed me to Kisii. I was rushed to Kisii, and then the Kisii who failed to give me and booking. I stayed there for almost 5 hours without being booked. I was put to sit next to the cell on a box, I was told, that contains the ammunition. So I cannot understand. I requested to be taken to the hospital. And when I requested, the officer accepted. But the hospital, Kisii the hospital, I was the doses, the two officers took me to write me back that there is a letter he was to write for me, so that he allows me to go to the hospital. When I came there, OCS had left, and when we called him, he put off his phone.
So you ended up not getting treated, yes?
I didn't get any treatment,
And
Madam Speaker.
And have you been charged before any court for that offense?
Madam Speaker, I've not been charged in any court.
Did your brother charge to you in that particular time?
Madam Speaker, up to now, he has never read me.
Do you have any evidence before this court in terms of photos that you'd wish the senators to watch?
Yes, Madam Speaker, they are so.
Can we have the clips, Madam Speaker?
Technical team to run.
So, what was happening in that particular photo?
Photo is when it was put in for Keumbu. I'm being that time now we have reached Keumbu, and now I'm being rushed to Kisii.
When was it?
This was had stayed for 3 hours at Keumbu. Now orders came that I should be rushed to Kisii.
I can see, excuse me, I can see a person just next to the pickups. I think door, yes. Can you see that person with a brown hat?
Brown shirt, yes.
Was he?
I don't know him by name, but if I get him, I can.
Yeah, but what is he one of the enforcement officers or is a police officer?
That one is an enforcement officer
From the county or from the national government?
from the county security.
Where are the rest? You spoke about 20 of them. What happened to the rest?
The rest, Madam Speaker, they are the ones who collected 61 pieces of timber from the shamba to a waiting lorry on the road.
Who commanded?
And they are the ones, when we arrived at Kim, who loaded the vehicle which was carrying the timber.
Who ordered them to do so?
It is my brother, the deputy governor, who gave them instruction to do so.
Do you think, in your opinion, if the Senate does impeach the deputy governor, you'll get yourself free of this intimidation and harassment?
Council, you know your time is up.
This is the last question. If it's stripped of all these powers, will you continue to have the harassment coming from the enforcement mechanisms of the county?
It is my hope and prayer that he will not continue doing it. That's why I came here.
You said there was a video that was being that was recorded, yes?
Yes.
Could we, Madam Speaker, as the last clip, see and watch the video? And who took these photos and the videos?
Council, how many more minutes?
Only 3 minutes, Madam Speaker. Who took these videos and the photos?
Most of those, my brother came with the media.
Yes.
They are the ones who took that, and they even broadcasted what transpired on TV, the local TVs in Kisii.
Those are videos. What is that? Where is that place and what is that thing?
That one still, we are on the way to Kisii Central Police.
Have you been induced by any person to come and testify before the Senate in this matter?
No, Madam Speaker, I came on my own volition.
Finally, should a government officer, state officer, or public officer use his powers in that manner that your brother did?
Madam Speaker, I came because of the harassment and the abuse of office, misuse of power against me by my own brother. That's why I came here. I want to get justice. And the justice that I want, if my brother can be removed from office so that he can come to his senses. And I'm praying for him so that he can even see the kingdom of heaven.
We're sorry about that, Mzee. We're so sorry for the abuse.
That's all for this witness. Is that all for examination in chief?
Yes, Madam Speaker. That's all for the old man.
Does he need time for cross-examination? Or is he able to take the questions in cross-examination?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, he says that he has only one more issue that you want to state. And granted his age, I pray that you may grant him only one more minute, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, since that time, I felt sick. I was brought to Nairobi Coptic Hospital, where I stayed for 3 weeks and I spent a lot of money. And I'm now on injections. Right now, I've done 3 injections. I have a 4th one to do, and I have so many drugs to take. I'm seeing my life is in danger. That's why I decided to come, because he has mistreated me many times. I forgive him, but this time around I said I must come on my own volition. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the senators, the honorable senators. Thank you.
Mr. Ruben,
Counsel, can
you'll
you
be asked questions by the counsel for the deputy governor.
Counsel, I'm on the mic.
I'm sorry,
please.
Madam Speaker.
Where did he fall sick? He said he fell sick.
Yes.
I felt sick after thinking very hard for almost 1.5 weeks of what transpired. And one of my brothers came home and a doctor, he took my pressure. Me, I was fighting, thinking that it is only my sugars which are bad. And my pressure was reading over 200. And they told me, you are very sick. You have to be rushed to hospital. That's why I was brought to Nairobi. And before, I didn't have such kind of problems. I was not injecting even on myself. I was not on these injections. I was not on the many drugs. I was taking just a few tablets to control my sugar and my pressure. But right now, I'm in very bad shape. Even my legs are swollen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ruben.
Madam Speaker.
You can have a word with him. Explain to him he's going through cross-examination now.
Mr. Ruben. Speaker, Mr. Ruben, I'm sorry for the ordeals. God will comfort you, but we are in a trial and facts must be found by the Senate. You'll therefore be asked several questions by the opposing counsel. I kindly request that you compose yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so how many minutes?
As you indicated, it will take 15 minutes. I seek an indulgence from the House. You could have the interpreter availed. You want to refer to a video which is in Gosi language.
Secretariat team, can we get the translator back?
Good evening, Mr. Monda. Good evening.
Good evening to you.
I'll ask you a few questions before we get the interpreter.
Yes.
Your evidence is that since your brother became the deputy governor, he has changed.
Yes.
He has tasted power and changed.
Yes.
Is this the first time your brother has had a position of power?
No.
What previous position has he had?
Member of Parliament.
Since which year?
2007 elections to 2013.
Did he change then?
No.
But it's still your evidence that he changed once he became a deputy governor.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, we shall be referring to one of the videos that we were supplied by the County Assembly. We can give the title for the. It's a clip with the name Monda arrest brother over firewood.
Yes.
Maybe that one can be played.
Yes.
Before we play that, Bona Ruben, you can confirm that this was recorded after your arrest.
It started in the farm when I was being.
No, I think the video we are referring to. Was it?
Yes, it started being recorded when I was in the farm.
Okay.
Monda igo enyote afi emsanano enene na mumuro mwabo omukonyi omugaba ya kaunti ya Kisii Daktari Robert Monda nigo enyote afi emsanano enene na mumuro mwabo Ruben Monda igoro yogotwa kwemete asensemo ya kirera.
Mr. Ruben, you will wait until you are asked questions. That's when you respond. Let's have the translator give us a translation of it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Adan Kanabuga, a professional journalist from the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and I'm Mid FM, and I'm ready for the interpretation. Please, if you can replay that.
Omukonyi w'umugaba w'ikaunti ya Kisii Daktari Robert Monda nigo enyote afi emsanano enene na mumuro mwabo Ruben Monda igoro yogotwa kwemete asensemo ya kirera.
It's a question by a reporter. He says Deputy Governor Robert Monda is in conflict with his brother on the cutting of his.
We can proceed. Translate what you're saying.
According to Ruben says, the land doesn't belong to the deputy governor, and they're going to confirm it from their father.
Proceed.
Munda korenda kuna chini pasense meyo ase agotabuna atabukerete abantu abange abasigari aba serikali na boyo abasigari county babo cha kumusana na kumira batu paseni yeye paseni ya keumbu.
Then I says Ruben got a surprise from his arrest until when he was taken to the station. He wasn't aware about the arrest.
We proceed.
Follow-up, yeah, they go for you on the record Maringo market. Oh no, there are Mambia. Gonagenda, I put as another comment in the carrier of the case.
Ruben says he admits facts. His brother, the deputy governor, raised him well when he was young. And then on that same day, he went to cut down the trees, which he planted himself.
Yabutabuna ngero siniketeyo ani ko asinitwe sababu muromo yabo ogenda koleta basigari na kumubata eriyo kumira siga kusenja siga.
Pause the video.
Pause it.
Yes. Now Ruben says his brothers will confirm that the land belongs to him and the trees belongs to him, and there's some piece of land where the deputy governor owns and him himself, Ruben, owns the land.
Proceed.
Now, Mr. Ruben confirms he himself planted some trees for the deputy governor, but on that same day, the trees he was cutting, they were his trees and not for the deputy governor.
Madam Speaker, I have the benefit of understanding the language. I come from Kisii County. And I was just going to request that he translates word for word, because what he is doing, he's translating his understanding. So if they could play it in small bits, so that he just says that he has said ABCD, because what he's doing, he's understanding, and then he's giving us his understanding.
I mean, always we appreciate expert witnesses like the one who is of the doc, but I agree with Senator Oroba that there are some words that are missing in the translation. So I'd rather he get us a direct translation other than kind of giving us what he thinks he has captured from the speech. Like I can give you an example. There was a place where it was being alleged, and I'm using the word alleged because that's what was being said, that council askaris and police officers were sent to arrest him. But that did not come out when he was giving us the translation in English.
Expert witness
It's okay.
You just repeat exactly what you said in the video without transporting your understanding. Don't transpose to your understanding. So we play back and get to hear it and cut it shorter so that he's able to cut it.
Madam Speaker, we are actually done with this video, but if you want us to play it back, we can do that.
And so I have guided you play back, and then he's going to listen, translate the correct version of what is in the video. Important.
Madam Speaker, I hope this does not take our time.
And so I have given direction that go back. The time will be taken care of.
We can play the video.
Omukoli w'umugabana w'ikaunti ya Kisii Daktari Robert Monda nibo enyorete ase emusanano enene na mumuro mwabo Ruben Monda igoro y'ogwetwa kwemete ase.
The narrator says the deputy governor of Kisii County got himself in a conflict between his brother on the issue of cutting trees.
Proceed.
Mr. Ruben is having an argument with the deputy governor, asking him whether the trees belong to him, but he says he's the one who planted the trees.
Proceed.
Mr. Ruben is arguing with his brother, the deputy governor, saying the deputy governor is clearing all the land from, I think, from the road toward the down, and he's saying that they'll know the truth today from their father.
Proceed.
Ruben Monda
Here the narrator says, Mr. Ruben said that he went to cut down the trees, and then after cutting the trees, he just got a surprise from the police officers who came to arrest him because he was cutting down the trees.
Proceed.
He was arrested on that same day, that same time he was cutting the trees, and was taken to the police station in Kiombu.
This is the narrator.
Yeah, the narrator saying that.
We can proceed.
Yeah, Deputy Governor. You on the red deck from Naringomoke. Oh, no, the Romambia.
Mr. Ruben is saying his brother raised him while he was young, and that in the same morning he went. If you can play that again, just continue.
You on the red deck from Naringomoke. Oh, no, the Romambia.
He's confirming that he went to cut the trees in the morning in order to add some more trees on that place.
Can proceed.
He's saying they can confirm from their brothers that the trees belongs to him and he's the one who planted them.
Proceed.
He's still saying he's the one, he's insisting that he's the one who planted the trees. Yeah, the trees.
Proceed.
He's now saying there is some part of the land where he planted trees, the deputy governor, and the deputy governor was to pay him the amount of 6,300 for the trees he planted for him.
Proceed.
So the narrator says, Mr. Ruben, he got a surprise because his brother, the deputy governor, ordered the police to come and arrest him, and yet he was just cutting down the trees he planted.
Proceed.
Lakini ngati kuna chilimete wetani kane ako tumne yaye wano asitupa kaine kuna nare kuna chemete tani edia na musingekere nare kuna.
Ruben is saying previously the deputy governor has been cutting down trees for about 4 times, but on that same day, Mr. Ruben was cutting down the trees on some little bit of boundary between him and his brother's land. Okay.
I was a manager at Kiamukama Tea Factory.
You agree? My question is, do you agree or don't you agree? It's a yes or no question.
I planted for him. No, because he didn't give me the money.
You did not, because he did not give you the money.
He didn't give me the money. I didn't plant for him.
You planted for him.
I didn't plant for him. I planted for myself because he didn't give me the money.
Do you also confirm that the trees you are cutting, according to your own statement, were at the boundary between your property and the deputy governor's property?
I'm talking about the boundary. He used to dig one side. Sometimes back, I was digging the other side. I was telling him, give me money to want to buy you seedlings. I plant for you this side where you were where you were digging. But he didn't give me the money. I bought the seedlings myself. I came, I planted. Then I told him, give me 6,300. He didn't give me.
So you planted them on his portion?
I planted the trees on the whole portion where he was digging long time and at that time.
Okay, so you planted on his portion. We can stop. Yes. Now, I'll ask you about this video and the statement that you made. So the video we were watching.
Yes.
Was this recorded before or after you were arrested?
But as Msika, this is the same day I was arrested. This is at the Keombu police station where I made this statement.
You are sure of that fact?
Yes.
Okay. Were you? Yes, at Kiumbu police station, this is the same place in your affidavit, you say you felt sick.
I felt very sick. I felt very sick after the audit.
On the same day, while you were outside giving statements?
I said after 1.5 weeks, because
Mr. I'll take you to your affidavit. Maybe your counsel can show it to you. Or you have a copy, that is even better. Go to paragraph number 9. Paragraph 9, that is where you say at 18:30 hours, the OCS Keumbu denied me bail despite suffering from high blood pressure and diabetes, and I was transferred to Kisii. So you fell ill at Keumbu police station.
I did.
You fell ill at Keumbu police station, according to your affidavit.
Madam Speaker, I said I was sick, but not as sick as after 1.5 weeks. I was using drugs, I said, tablets only. I said that.
So if we are to believe you, this arrest did not cause you to be sick. You got sick a few weeks later.
I repeat, Madam Speaker,
It's a yes or no
I'm
question.
diabetic and I have pressure. But I was not as sick before the ordeal. And I came to realize I became very sick when I started fighting only sugar. But the pressure had gone over 200.
Okay.
I said that.
We can move on to the next issue. You were referred to a video, to a clip, a photo, where you were showing someone in a brown. Yes, before we move on to the video, have you provided any medical documents to show how you went to Coptic Hospital? You were admitted after this fact?
I have all the documents,
You have them before
but
this
I
house?
don't have them before the house. If given time, I'll be able to avail them.
That is fine. You can avail them at another forum, not today. I'll take you to the photo you are referred to. If the technical team can place that photo up. If they can highlight just the name of that particular photo, the description of the photo, it's described as a still, having been taken out of a video, which I'll play shortly. Is that possible from the technical team?
And so you have to be more specific which photo you are referring.
It's the same photo, the one that put up. But it's okay, we can move to our video referred as arrest 001.
Technical team. Try to phrase the question because you saw the video as they look for that video.
Okay. The video has been titled WhatsApp at 13:42:42.
Is it a new video or the old video that was played?
It's part of the videos that was applied. It's there were two folders. One was for photos, one was for videos. It's the third video.
Because your time is up, so I'll give you 2 minutes to finalize.
It's the second, WhatsApp 13:42. It's the next one, not this one.
Sawa, tunasema hapo na ingine. Gari ingine.
Yes, we can pose that. Bwana Ruben,
Yes.
you said there were county enforcement officers you arrest, which is this.
Yes.
The photo you've shown us originated from this. Can you identify those county officers you are referring to? In video, from which that still was pulled.
Madam Speaker, the photos is showing here are the ones when I was being rushed by the police to Kisii, and none of the county officers went to Kisii, apart from one who was in a brown shirt. There is another clip where there is one I saw and identified positively as one of the officers from the security, one. But the rest are police officers, the ones we are seeing.
Do you know this officer's name? You can identify him?
Sorry?
You know this officer's name? This person you say you identified as a county enforcement officer.
I know him by appearance, I don't know him by name.
Was he wearing a uniform by any chance? Was he wearing uniform from the county?
Because that one,
no, my question.
Let me answer. That one is from the revenue department, the one we are seeing there. Because the officers came the security guards plus the revenue officers. The one we are seeing there is a revenue officer.
Your story has changed from compliance to revenue officers, but that is fine. Let me ask you the last.
They are county workers. They came about 20.
Kindly, let me ask you the last question.
Yes.
You've indicated that you live in one communal farm, yourself and your brothers.
I said compound.
One communal compound.
Yes.
Does your brother keep cows, dairy cows?
Yes.
How many dairy cows does he keep?
3.
3 dairy cows.
Yes.
Where exactly does he keep them?
Next to our communal compound.
Next to your communal compound?
Yes.
On his property?
Now, the land where we are living all belong to our father. None of us has been given a piece of land. None of us, even where we have planted the trees, all the land belongs to our father.
No, I'm asking you to designate. You see, the property is big. Where are these cows being kept? Because if I go to your compound, or this house goes to your compound, you want to see these cows you are referring to.
You come, I show you.
Okay, so these cows, before the governor became the deputy governor of Kisii, were these cows still there?
Mr. Ruben, you must try to answer the questions without proposing a visit to the council.
Thank you, Madam Sister.
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
what I meant, Madam Speaker, yes, I can show him where they are.
Okay, were the cows there before he became deputy governor, or they came after with the county enforcement?
Sorry?
The cows were there before or after he became deputy governor?
The cows were there even before. Yes.
And before they were still being taken care of?
Sorry?
They were being taken care of before he became?
Yes, they were being taken care of.
He had employees to do this?
Sorry?
He had employees who do this?
He had his own employees, yes.
He still has employees?
Now he's using the...
Does he have employees? That is my question.
I've said no.
You've not said anything. Does he have employees on property?
Right now, no.
Okay.
Yes.
And
so he has no one on that property. That is your evidence.
Sorry?
He has no one on the property.
Yes?
No employees on the property.
The employees who are there are the county workers. I have said 5, I see them every day, 5 workers, about 5.
Okay, what do these 5 workers do? And to be more specific,
So I have indulged you.
Madam Speaker,
Make
just
that-
this last
make
question.
that your last question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes.
There
from
are
your-
those who man they get, they come in pairs, two from morning to around 6 in the evening, and two during the night.
So those are 4 officers, 2 during the day, 2 during the night, who man the gate. Yes?
I'm saying 2 during the day, 2 during the night.
Those are
Those are the ones who are manning the gate.
yes.
Then we have 2 who are called gardeners.
Yes. Continue.
Then we have 1 who cooks for the governor, deputy governor. So I'm saying a minimum of 5, at least 5. So they can be more, depending on the day.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had sought just indulgence with one question because that one was in the middle of being answered. It's a simple question. It just has, it's a yes, no question.
Council will
Madam Speaker, I seek
ask that one question, and that is it.
most obliged. Bona Ruben,
Yes.
have you ever supported your brother politically?
Sorry?
Do you support your brother politically?
Right now, no.
Ever?
No,
Okay,
I'll never do it.
thank you.
Thank you, Council. We can have examination in chief. How many minutes do you need? 5 minutes? You can gain now.
Brother Ruben, good evening. You have been shown a video that you were the one who was speaking in Kisii language, right?
The one who was speaking?
There's a video that has been played,
Yes.
and the video spoke in the Kisii language.
You see?
You spoke in the Kisii language on that video.
Yes, yes.
Do you agree with the interpretation that was given by the gentleman?
Some places he was not doing well.
Would you kindly point out the issues that you spoke to? Did you mention something to do about with 20 enforcement officers on that video?
The 20?
On that video,
Yeah.
did you mention something to do with 20 enforcement officers?
Yes.
What exactly did you mention?
The 20 and on the clip.
Yes, on the clip. What did you say on the clip about 20 enforcement officers?
Now, I spoke in Kisii, and I was asking my brother, because this clip, the way it has been done, it was done by the media, not me. But if they brought the whole clip the way it was.
What did you say, Bwana Ruben? Just say
I
what
say-
you said on the clip.
I said that I was asking my brother, why all this, the police, why all this, the county workers? Because I was surprised. All those could not come for me alone, and I was sick.
Mr. Ruben, just repeat exactly what you said on the clip so that the senators can understand your own version of your translation.
Now, which part of the clip?
Where you
want me to
mentioned,
translate?
where you mentioned 20 enforcement officers.
Why I mentioned 20,
Or do you mind we replay the clip, Honorable Speaker, for just 1 minute?
you know, I was not telling my brother. When I was doing the affidavit is when I gave the numbers. But when I was talking about that clip, I didn't give the numbers.
Lastly, Mr. Ruben,
Yes.
the trees where you planted trees, the trees that you were cutting down, on which side of the land were they? The trees that you were cutting down, were they on your side of your land, or were they on the side of the deputy governor?
Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear why I'm here.
Well, Ruben, I want you just to answer my question. My question is very simple. The trees that you cut down, were they on your side of your land that you've been given by your father, or were they on the side of the land that the deputy governor has been farming?
I said the land belongs to our dad. It does not belong to me, it does not belong to my brother. We only showed one another. You can be digging this side, I dig this side. So the land belongs to our dad.
Where you farm, were you cutting trees down from the side of the land where you farm?
Now we stopped farming. That's I found the land idle and I planted the trees. We stopped the farming a long time.
That's all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Honorable Senators, I have a list of about 6 senators.
Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, kindly confirm that there is a letter appearing at page 1.
And Council, as you lead your witness through evidence in chief, if you're referring to any document, be specific which volume and contained in which page.
Thank you, Mr.
So that
Speaker.
the senators can follow.
Thank you. I am making reference to volume 1 of the County Assembly's documents at page 1. Mr. Dennis Mukaya, is that your statement?
Yes, it is.
Does it bear your signature at the end at page 5?
Yes.
Do you wish again to abide by the contents of that statement?
Yes, I will.
Now, very briefly, your allegation touches on the issue of bribery directed to the Deputy Governor of Kisii, whereby you allege that you issued some money to him with a promise to get a job position. Is that your evidence before the Senate?
Yes.
Mr. Mukaya, tell us, what position were you interested in at the county government of Kisii?
I applied for the position of the commercial manager.
Commercial manager?
Yes.
Did you have the qualifications for that position?
Yes, I did.
What is your professional background?
I am a graduate with Bachelor's of Commerce, accounting major.
You're an accountant by profession?
Yeah.
How did you come to know about that position that was being advertised?
The position was brought to my attention by my father, who told me there's an advertisement. I go by and I do an application.
What is the name of your father?
Joseph Doyle Misati.
Joseph?
Doyle Misati.
Joseph Misati.
Misati, yes.
You're aware that your father is a witness appearing for the deputy governor, correct?
Yes.
So your father brought to your attention of the vacancy at Guasco's authority, right?
Yes.
What did your father tell you?
He told me to look at the website and I do an application.
When was that?
It was around mid-April.
Mid-April?
Yeah.
And did you apply for that vacancy?
Yes, I went to the website. I did the application, I attached all the documents. We're waiting for any communication.
Are you able to point the honorable senators to the advertisement that was done by Guasco? At what page? Can you look at page 266 and confirm whether that is the advert we're talking about? Honorable senators, I'm referring again to volume 1 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents at page 266. Can you confirm that was the advert?
Yes, on page 266.
Page 266.
Yes.
Thank you. So when your father approached you and advised you to apply for that vacancy, did he tell you that he had made any arrangements, or what was his advice to you in respect to that position?
So he told me to make an application for the job. He will follow it up with the deputy governor for any you will make an application. I do the application. He will follow it up with the deputy governor.
When you say follow up, what do you mean? What kind of follow up did he talk to you about? Was that conversation candid? And if it was, kindly tell the House specifically what your father told you the nature of the follow up would be.
By the time of doing the application, I was still in Nairobi doing my business. Now, when I applied the interview, when I was called for an interview, when I went home, so when I got to know the whole deal, that the deputy governor will just help us secure the vacancy.
Okay. How was the deputy governor supposed to help in securing the job vacancy?
I was informed that the deputy governor is in good terms with the management and the CEO of the Kisii Water and Sanitation Company, so it will be easier for any assistance.
Any assistance?
Yes.
Thank you. You have intimated that you were at the time working at your business in Nairobi. Kindly tell us what kind of business you were doing in Nairobi.
Personally, I was working with a company called Together as One as a marketer, and I had a joint business with my wife, which was a salon, stroke kinyozi. We were also selling this refilling gas cylinders.
Okay. Where was that business situated in Nairobi?
Our business was located in Ruai town, which was opposite Naivas supermarket.
Who was running that business?
My wife.
What is the name of your wife?
Evelyn Yaboke.
Evelyn Yaboke.
Yes.
Thank you. So subsequently to that, you did apply for the position?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what date you applied for the position?
It was around mid-April.
Mid-April?
Yes.
And were you short?
Yes, my name's at number 4.
Number 4?
Yes.
And what date was that when you're scheduled to appear?
It was the date we did the interview on the 25th.
25th of which month?
May.
25th of May.
Yes.
Now, prior to the shortlisting and subsequent interview, did you make any other arrangements to secure the opportunity, the job opportunity?
So after, yes.
Proceed. What kind of arrangement did you make?
So after the interview, I was at home with my parents. So the DG called my dad and told him that he will help him secure the position. He called us to his residence to make those arrangements.
When you talk about his residence, where is that residence?
Around Keumbu.
What in?
Keumbu.
Keumbu is in Kisii County?
Yes.
So were you part of that meeting?
Yes, I was.
Between your dad and the deputy governor?
Yes, I was.
Were you privy to the conversation between the deputy governor and your father?
No, we sat at a distance, yes, while the deputy governor and my dad had a talk.
Yes.
Yes.
And what did you understand was the outcome of the discussion between the deputy governor and your father?
It was an agreement that we paid the sum of 800,000 shillings for him to never secure the vacancy.
What was the 800,000 supposed to do? And who were the beneficiaries of the 800,000 as per the conversation between your father and the deputy governor?
Initially, as I said, he said he was in touch with the CEO of Kisii Water and Sanitation Company. So he was the one who will help us get the vacancy.
Are you referring to the CEO or the MD of the company?
Yes, the CEO or the managing director.
The MD.
Yeah,
correct. Thank you. Did you have the money at the time? Or if you had, how had you raised that money?
At the time of this thing, we were aware it will demand some amount. So on agreeing on the amount that we will submit, we had raised the money earlier before. I was operating a salon at Ruai. So after the interview, we were sure it was a guarantee that the deputy governor
being in his position, he was able to get us the job. So I and my wife, we sold the salon, which we are operating at Ruai. We sold the salon to Peter Mugai at the sum of 500,000 shillings, which is an agreement that we sold the salon.
Is that the agreement appearing at page 256 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents? Honorable Senators, I'm referring to, again, the bundle of documents from the County Assembly, Volume 1 at page 256. Confirm indeed that that is the agreement between you, your wife on the one hand, and the purchaser of the salon?
Yes, this is the agreement.
Now, Dennis, tell us, was your wife part of this agreement? Did she concur your sentiments and plan to sell the business so that you can secure a job opportunity?
Oh, at first, my wife was not in agreement because now this is was our lifetime savings for a period of 13 years. We had been in Nairobi for the period of 13 years. So this was our lifetime savings. So she was not of the idea that we sell the salon.
Yes.
But since this was an opportunity for us to shape our life, I had to beg with her, to plead with her, so that he agrees with their money for the occasion.
So subsequently, she agreed for you to sell the salon?
Yes.
And when you sold the salon, do you remember what dates that was?
Yes, the agreement we wrote on the 25th. He paid us in 2 installments. The first installment was 200,000 shillings.
And you look at the agreement and confirm the actual dates. Was it 25th or 20th? Confirm.
It's 25th.
Confirm from the agreement. There is a date written beneath.
The agreement was done on 20th, but the first payment was made on 25th.
Correct.
Yes.
So the agreement was done on 20th.
Yes.
And the first installment was to be paid on 25th of April.
Yes.
Was that before or after the shortlisting?
This was after the shortlisting.
After the shortlisting?
Yes.
Thank you. And what did you do with the money immediately you got it from the buyer of the salon?
The money he gave us, it was in cash. We carried the money home. We gave it to our parents to keep it safe for us.
Mr. Dennis Mukaya,
yeah.
You are an accountant.
Yes.
And you are saying that you gave your parents money to keep for you.
Yes.
That does not sound very credible. Why would you feel the need to give your parents money to keep for you?
You know, at that time we were doing a clearance. We were selling all our items from Nairobi to relocate to our rural home. At that time, we even went to an extent of borrowing from this mobile banking, from our bank accounts, because now my wife was the one operating the business. We were doing most of the transactions through my wife's phone number. So we went to an extent of borrowing money from KCB account, from Mshwari, so that we can raise the full amount. So we felt it better. It should be kept by our parents, because if we kept it, again, we could have gone to an extent of using the money. So it will not do the right purpose.
So you gave it to your parents because you felt you would have utilized the amount?
Yeah.
Thank you. What business do your parents do? What do they do for a living? When you talk about your parents, kindly talk about your father and your mother. What do they do for a living?
Okay, my father is a retired civil servant. He was working in the veterinary. He retired, but he has some business at home. He's operating an M-Pesa shop, with a small retail shop at home.
He's operating an M-Pesa shop.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, was the money subsequently given to the deputy governor?
Yes, when the deputy governor requested the 800 Kenyan shillings, we were able to give him on the date of 28. We gave him 500,000.
The 28th of which month?
28th of May.
28th of May.
Yes.
That was the year 2023?
Yeah, last year.
Where was that money handed over at? What venue was that?
My dad did a transaction of 250 from his account. Actually, it was 251,000 from his account, the DG's M-Pesa. And then my mother sent me 250,000 to my account, M-Pesa account, so that I could transfer the same to the deputy governor. So I transferred a sum of 249,000 Kenya shillings because of some transaction costs.
Can you go to page 255 of the County Assembly's bundle of documents? Honorable Senators, I'm referring to volume 1 again at page 255. Honorable Senators, I'm looking at the second last transaction contained at page 255. Mr. Dennis, tell us about that transaction. Where was that money being sent to and from who and what the time? And which number was used to send that money to?
Okay. So this is my M-Pesa.
What is your M-Pesa number? Can you read it out?
My M-Pesa number is 0725 487 300. So I did, after receiving a transaction of 250,000 from my mom, do
you have proof that you first received money from your mom?
Yes.
Can you take us there? Look at the next page. The next page, Honorable Senators, is not paginated, but if you flip, you will go to the next page. So there's the page after 255. So the very first transaction, rather, Mr. Dennis,
yes,
point the Honorable Senators to that transaction where money was sent to your phone from your mom's account.
The second page of my M-Pesa transaction is the first transaction which happened at 8 p.m. My mom sent me 50,000 Kenyan shillings. And again, he had in 7:51, he had sent the same amount of 50,000 to make it 100. And then the first, which was the first transaction at 7:44, he had sent
just a little bit sorry. Honorable Senators, I'm referring to the 4th, 5th, and 6th transactions appearing on that page. So you received first 150,000?
Yes.
At what time?
The first transaction I received at 7:44.
7:44 from who?
From my mom, which is 150,000.
The name of your mom?
Anna Misati.
Anna Misati.
Yes.
The second transaction?
Was at 7:51.
Yes.
50,000. And then the last transaction that my mom sent was at 7:51.
Again, of how much?
50,000 shillings.
And immediately after that, where do you transfer the money to?
So after I received the full 250,000 Kenyan shillings, I transferred the amount from my M-Pesa's mobile number to the deputy governor's phone number.
How much money did you send to the deputy governor's number?
The first amount that I sent to him was at 8:33, which is 150,000.
150,000. Confirm the number that you used to send the deputy governor through his mobile number, kindly.
It's not clearly indicated, but it ends with 700.
You know his number? You have?
Yes, I had it in my phone.
You have quoted that number in your affidavit. Kindly, we can refresh your memory by looking at the affidavit. It is important for that number to be captured.
Let's see. Yeah, the mobile money that I used to send the DG, the amount is 0711860700.
Can you repeat that?
0711860700.
What was the name that came out after you sent the money?
The name that came out is Robert Mwanda.
Robert Mwanda.
Yes.
All this time, were you in the presence of the deputy governor?
Yes.
Or you were away from him?
We were away from him, but in the same premise.
The same premise?
Yes.
And that premise is where?
His home.
His home?
Yes.
So how many transactions did you make to the deputy governor in total from the M-Pesa?
It's totaling to 249,000.
149,000.
Yes.
So the last transaction is the one appearing at page 255. Confirm that. The second last transaction?
Yes.
That again is from your M-Pesa?
Yes.
To his M-Pesa?
Yeah.
Thank you. How did he receive the remainder of the amount, if any?
After leaving his residence, we had given him a sum of 500,000 Kenyan shillings. So the initial agreement that was we had to pay the 800,000 Kenyan shillings. So after leaving the place, we made an agreement that we shall deliver the amount the following day, which was on a Monday. Actually, we went in his place on a Sunday. So the following Monday, we could deliver the balance, which was 300,000, at his office. Yeah.
But on that very day, did he receive any other amounts of money from any of the persons you were in the company of?
You only received the amount from my father.
From your father?
Yes.
Are you able to point us to that transaction where your father sent money to the deputy governor on the same day? We are getting there, Honorable Senator. Just page 65 of the Deputy Governor's response, Volume 2.
Volume 2.
Volume 2 of the DG's response. What response? Volume 2. And show us the transaction where your father sent money to the deputy governor, appearing in page 65.
This on page 65, on the side, the same night of the 28th, my dad made actually 4 transactions. The first one was from this is a joint account, cooperative account between my dad and my mom. So the first transaction was 70,000. The second one was 70, and again he did a transaction of 70. And then later there's another transaction of 41. So it's totaling to 251,000 shillings.
What was the nature of this transaction? It reflects that it's from a bank. How was that payment done from the bank to?
It was done from the bank to the M-Pesa account of the deputy governor.
Deputy governor.
Yes, but this now a different number than the one I used.
What number is that?
Yeah, this number is 0702 0000220.
Repeat that again.
It is 0702 0000220.
Who is the registered owner of that number?
It's registered to the deputy governor.
Deputy governor.
Yes.
That would total to how much? What you had given him and what your parents sent to the deputy governor?
It's totaling to 500,000 Kenyan shillings.
500,000.
Yes.
Your allegation was that the ask was for 800,000.
Yes.
What happened to the balance?
We agreed on the following day, which was on a Monday, we bring the balance of the 300,000 Kenyan shillings to his office, which is to the stadium, Kisii Stadium.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, you have had the occasion to look at the response of the deputy governor in defense to that allegation?
No.
You have not looked at it. Yes. I want to refer you to the deputy governor's response. What he said about why he had received money from you and from your father and what he did to it. I want you to look at that response. Paragraph 16. The deputy governor alleged that your father owed the deputy governor's money, and that money sent from you and from your father and from your mother were towards the payment of that loan. What do you have to say to that line of defense?
Honorable Speaker, I can say that this is a lie, because if we look at the whole thing, I am included in this sending of the amount to the deputy governor. And if at all this was a debt that my dad was paying to His Excellency the deputy governor, then if we look at his account, corporate accounts, joint account, the account holds more than what I sent.
Let's go back to that account now that you raised the issue.
Yes.
How much did your mother and father jointly have at the time they were sending money to the deputy governor? And what was the balance after they sent money to the deputy governor? Honorable Senators, we are again making reference to the deputy governor's response.
So after my dad sent the last amount, which was for 1,000, in his account balance, it was a balance of 1.3 million.
So your father still had some balance in his account.
It was a balance of 1.3 million. Indeed, he was paying a debt, and this is a family. You could have done the whole transaction at a go.
Thank you very much. So I want you again to look at that response, and Dr. Honorable His Excellency the Deputy Governor of Kisii alleges that he had loaned your father the amount of 600,000, some of which money had gone to pay fees for your child. I'm referring, Honorable Senators, at page 51 of the Deputy Governor's response. Page 61, all the way, page 5. Sorry, E5, it's E5. Had you received any money from your father that, to your knowledge, was an advance from the deputy governor that you paid school fees for your child with, that nowadays you're refunding?
No.
Have you ever sought any assistance from your parents towards the education of your child?
Yes. This was after we had given the money to the deputy governor. We had sold everything we owed. Then we had gone back home. I was not in any financial position thereafter to take my daughter to school.
Mr. Dennis, I have perused through the statements and I have seen a number of transactions between your father and the deputy governor as late as January 2024.
money flowing from your father to the deputy governor and vice versa. Are you aware why your father would occasionally send money to the deputy governor and vice versa? Because his defense is that they are long-term friends and they used to loan each other money, and this was not an isolated case. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I cannot deny that they are long-term friends for a long period of time. Actually, it exceeds 30 years. The main transaction between my father and the DG is that my father is one of the officials of a circle that he leads at our home.
What is the name of that circle?
It's called Kebobora Women Group.
Kebobora.
Yes.
Yes.
That's in our locality. He is the treasurer. In many cases, in many occasions, the deputy governor borrows money from the circle through my dad's name, then he refunds with an interest. That's generally the business they're doing.
They've been doing.
Yes.
But on this day, could it be one of such instances where the deputy governor had borrowed money and was being refunded to by your father?
No, it's not one of the days. As I stated earlier, if actually this was the borrowing and lending business, I am not an official of the circle. Then I was not entitled to make any transaction to the deputy governor through my mobile phone.
Did you have any other reason to visit the deputy governor's home on 28th of May? Apart from the business of giving him money for securing the job vacancy, did you have any other business?
No.
Have you ever been to the deputy governor's home at any other time?
No.
What then does your presence mean against the defense of the deputy governor that it was a repayment of the loan?
I was the owner of this whole initiative. I was the one who was looking for employment. So I was to be there to witness what was going on. Because this was my money.
Are you aware if the deputy governor ever transmitted any money to the target of the bribe?
Yes.
And who was that target?
The director of Kisii Water, after sending him the full amount.
What is the name of the managing director of Wasco?
Her name is Lucy Wahito.
Lucy Wahito.
Yes.
And look at the document before you. Honorable Senators, I'm looking at page 99 of the DG's response. Page 99 of the Deputy Governor's response. Is there any money sent to that very person, Lucy Wahito, the MD of Wasco, on that very day?
Yes, there's a sum of 100,000 Kenya shillings.
100,000.
Yes.
What time was that money sent?
It was sent on date 28th May 2023 at 9:24 p.m.
9:24
p.m. Yes.
And what time had you sent the money to the deputy governor?
The last transaction I made at the first transaction I made at 8:33 p.m. 8.
Then an hour later, he sent money to the same Lucy, that is the MD of Wasco.
Yes.
The very company where you had applied and were shortlisted for a position.
Yes.
Now, the deputy governor says that that money was sent erroneously, but interestingly, to the same person that he was meant to bribe. What do you say about that?
I don't know what to say, but this was that transactions, but I actually believe this was a bribe so that he could.
In your previous discussions with the deputy governor and your father,
yes,
were you aware if Lucy Wahito was the person who was meant to be bribed by the amount of money you were giving?
Actually, I did not know the name, but I know it was going to be given to the managing director.
Yes.
Now, who happens to be Lucy on it?
And to be Lucy.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you ever secure that employment at the Guasco company?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
Did you make follow-ups with the deputy governor or your father, making an inquiry over the same?
Yes, I did. We made constant follow-up through my dad, the deputy governor, but we did not receive any communication.
Now, Dennis Mukaya Misati,
Yes.
your own father, biological father, your mother will tomorrow appear before Senate, and they will label you as a liar. Why would you want to go against the statement of your own father? Why would your father be lying about the purpose of the money sent to the deputy governor?
Actually, this is my life. That was my money. This was my lifetime savings. If my dad chooses to choose friendship over the truth, then let it be so.
Thank you. As
Are you done with the witness? Because it's breaking down.
we can pause for just 30 seconds. I'm sure he can recollect himself.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly take care of the situation in the public gallery.
Can we proceed, Mr. Dennis? Kindly tell the honorable senators what is the current relationship you have with your parents as a result of this.
Actually, I don't have anything against my parents. The fact is that this was our lifetime savings with my family. We have built this, we had built this business for the last 13 years. Now, this was our opportunity to sell the business and get something that we could help the family. But we lost everything. After I lost everything, the parents at home became unsupportive. So we had to give our home so that we can find somewhere where we can start all over again.
And how did that affect you as a couple, between you and your wife?
Just hold counsel. Senator Boni, what is your intervention? And just to remind
Mr. Speaker,
senators, you'll have an opportunity to engage the witness. So I hope whatever you want to raise has got nothing to do with seeking clarification or asking questions.
Mr. Speaker, purely on humanitarian grounds, I was requesting that you use standing order number 1 to allow the young witness probably 5, max 10 minutes for him to recompose himself. You can see, Mr. Speaker, sir, the witness is completely emotionally eroded.
From the council, the The witness is doing pretty well. That's why they proceeded. Otherwise, that application can only come from the council, not from you, Honorable Senator. Proceed, council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I urge the witness to gather courage and proceed. Mr. Dennis.
Yes.
How has this ordeal affected your family life between you and your wife?
Initially, my wife was not in agreement that we sell our family business to relocate. So I persuade that she agrees with me. We shall get better after we secure that job. So we agreed, we relocated to our home. So after we were disappointed, after we did not secure the opportunity, recruitment was done, people reported. So it was so stressful. My wife did not take it easy because he branded me a liar because now we have lost the family business. At that time, my wife was expecting. This was after 12 years of trial. My firstborn is 13 years old. Now, we have tried for all that period, but now she was expectant. Actually, during those hard times, my wife miscarried. Just miscarried our baby.
I can stop that.
That's it. So the whole blame came back to me because initially she was not in agreement to sell the business. We got into much stress and depression. I had to look for a way to sort out this issue. We had to leave home. We had to look for elsewhere so that we can start over again, as I say.
Thank you. You have also made allegations against threat to your life. Can you tell us how that is the case?
So after I knew appointments were done, and actually there's no job, there's no vacancy, our savings are all gone. So actually, this one of my friends I've been following on social media called, by that time it was 2020, I was been following him since 2020, 2022. Now he was now the elected MCA of Ichuni Ward. I actually approached him. I inquired if he could help for me to secure the money that I did what I gave to the deputy governor.
And that is the move of this motion?
Yes.
What did the move of the motion advise you to do after you brought this to his attention?
So when I reported this to him, he took it as a joke until I provided the documents. He requested for the M-Pesa statement showing the transaction. Actually, I did. Then he advised me to make a formal complaint so that he can follow up with the deputy governor for my refund. Actually, I knew he was doing it so that I can get my refund. I never knew he could just reach this far.
So it was not your intention for you to find yourself as a Senate on the impeachment charges? Have you ever received your money back?
No.
Have you made any follow-ups in any government agency to recover your money?
So after I left home, I relocated to Nairobi. I made a complaint to EICC of the same.
Have EICC summoned anyone in respect to this issue?
After making the complaint, they summoned the CEO of Kisii Water.
Who is that?
Lucy White.
So Lucy was summoned by EICC?
Yes.
Pursuant to your complaint?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I want to stop at that and yield the witness to my learned friend for cross-examination. Thank you.
Counsel for the Deputy Governor. It's Anna.
Good afternoon, Mr. Misati. I said good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Okay. Now, I want to start with a few preliminary issues. From the cross-examination, you say you've seen the response by your father and your mother.
Yes.
Yes. And you see that their position is that they were refunding money they had borrowed from the deputy governor.
Yes.
And what did you say is your position about that position of your parents?
Sorry?
What is your reaction to the point made by your parents that the money was a refund of a loan that had been given to them?
Actually, it's a lie.
You are telling this Senate?
Yes.
It's a lie?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you in your affidavit, you admit readily that your father and the deputy governor have been friends for many years.
Yes.
That's a fact.
It's a fact.
Okay. Do you know whether they were borrowing each other money over the years?
Yes, they have been borrowing money.
They have been borrowing.
But I can actually say the deputy governor has been the one who's been borrowing money.
Let's listen to my question.
Yes.
You admit that indeed over the years they have been borrowing each other money?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it is also true your father and the deputy governor have aggravated business in Kisii, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have aggravated businesses?
Yeah.
Both of them,
Yeah.
separately. It's not a joint business, it's each of them is running their own business, isn't it?
To date, no.
Sorry?
To date, there's no business.
Okay, they used to run.
Yeah, they used it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. And it is also true that they used to borrow each other's stocks.
Yes.
Okay. And so your position is that in respect to this specific point that Mr. and Mrs. Misati had borrowed money in November, October 2022 is a lie. Why do you distinguish, having admitted that they borrow each other money, what makes you distinguish this one of this refund of money borrowed in November, October 2022? What distinguishes this exchange?
So my reason is that I was, as he said, we were giving a refund.
Yes.
I was not involved in their transactions at first.
Okay.
I have come from Nairobi.
Yes.
To Kisii.
Yes.
For my first time over a period of a long period of time.
Okay.
So
that's okay for me.
Yeah.
So you admit that you do not know what their transactions were?
The one I sent to the deputy.
Yes.
I know.
Yeah, so let's go back again to my question.
Yes.
My question is, what is the basis, having admitted that they borrowed each other's stock, they borrowed each other money, what is it that distinguishes the case of this 500,000 that Mr. and Mrs. Misati are saying we borrowed from Monda in November and we're refunding him in May 2023?
All along on their borrowing business, I have never been included.
You don't?
But in this case,
okay,
I am.
So could the record of the Senate then reflect that your point is that you're asking for your money, but you wouldn't know whether or not they had borrowed each other in November 2022?
Actually, what
do you know whether or not they borrowed each other in November?
That was not a borrowing.
Sorry?
It was not a borrowing that we are not refunding.
Your position is that they didn't borrow each other in November?
I don't know.
You don't know?
At that time.
Okay, then let's leave it there because that's what I wanted you to confirm.
Yes.
Whether you can say for a fact they didn't borrow each other or you don't know. Now, you say also that in your affidavit, I've seen quite a number of paragraphs where the communication was between your father on your behalf and the deputy governor, isn't it?
Yes.
You have your affidavit there? Honorable members, I am referring to page 17 of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Page 17, please. You have your affidavit there?
Yes,
yes. Could you confirm that paragraph 5 is information you received that got to you through your father, and it was not a conversation directly with the Deputy Governor? Paragraph 5, you said that in early 2023, my father had learned through Deputy Governor of job vacancies with Pasco. That's what you've said.
Yes.
That information came to you through your father, isn't it?
Yes.
Not a personal conversation with the Deputy Governor.
It was through my father.
Okay. Let's go to paragraph 6, please. In paragraph 6, you said that on 21st April, while I was working with a company known as Together as One, finance as marketer, my father brought to my attention. That information also came to you through your father. You did not talk with the Deputy Governor.
It came through my father.
Okay. Let's look at paragraph 9. In paragraph 9, you said that the Deputy Governor called us to his home in Kisii within days of being informed by my father about the post and before the interview was carried out. You can see that?
Yes.
That also came through your father, not directly between you and the governor.
All the communication was done through my father.
Okay. I'll take you to look at paragraph 11D. 11D. Okay, next page. Are you at D?
Yes.
You said Kenya shillings 250,000 was sent to Dr. Monda through my father's Safaricom line. That is also information in the hands of your father, not you personally, isn't it?
This was the information from my father.
Thank you very much. And lastly, paragraph 17. You said that you informed your father of intention to report the matter to EACC, and your father told Dr. Monda, and Dr. Monda was upset.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, having gone through that, could you confirm that you, in terms of the whole of this transaction, you've not had a direct conversation between you and Dr. Monda, and that you would tell your father to communicate with Dr. Monda?
All the communication was done through my dad. I've never had any direct communication.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Could we also confirm that apart from not having a personal conversation with Dr. Monda, you did not have a telephone conversation with him?
It's true.
No telephone conversation?
Yeah.
And no oral conversation. Now, did you say you've been to Dr. Monda's office house only once? Did you say that when you are being led in evidence in chief?
In his office?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I mean his house.
In his house or home?
Let's start with his house.
We went around the 28th.
I understand that.
Yes.
I'm saying that was the only time you've gone there?
That was the first time I went there.
That was the first time?
Yes.
What does it mean to say first time? Have you subsequently gone there?
No.
Okay, so it's the only time.
It's the only
as
time.
you stand here.
Yeah, it's the only time.
Okay. Now, it is also your testimony that on that date of 28th, when you remitted the sum of 249,000, Dr. Monda and your father were seated at a distance talking as friends.
Yes.
And you were separate from them.
Yeah, I was with my other brothers.
You were with your other brothers. How many of them?
We were with my other 3 brothers.
So you are 4 brothers?
We were 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
At a distance. Okay. Did you participate in the conversation between Dr. Monda and your father?
No,
did
I
you,
didn't.
for instance, say, no, it was on a Saturday, or did you make any contribution? Did you participate in that conversation at all, one way or the other?
No.
Okay. Okay, now, it is your case that the money belongs to you?
Yes.
Okay. It is also your admission that you do not know whether your father owed Dr. Monda any money.
Sorry?
So, as you stand here before the Senate, your position is that the money belongs to me, Dennis, isn't it?
Yes, that was my money.
Simultaneously, you cannot say for a fact, from where we've just come in cross-examination, that Joseph Misati, your father, did not owe Dr. Monda any money. You cannot say that.
If they had, I didn't know.
Just answer the question I've just asked you.
Yes.
You cannot say for a fact where and your mom or Dr. Monda Enemane. You cannot confirm that. Thank you. Now, let's go to paragraph 10. We will cover the paragraphs. Paragraph 10. Honorable members, I'm referring to page 18 of Deputy Governor's bundle, page 18. In paragraph 10, you say that I and my father voluntarily gave him Kenya shilling 799,000, an amount meant to secure me a job, believing him as deputy governor with influence over Kwasco, which is an entity of the county government, which he deputizes as head of government. That's what you stand by that statement, isn't it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so if this were a court, you would be ready now to be sentenced, isn't it? You are admitting you're a criminal.
I'm not admitting.
You're saying, I gave out a bribe. Aren't you saying that here? Huh?
Actually, this, I can say that.
Oh, paragraph 10, you're saying you gave out money with the intention of getting a job. Isn't that what you're saying? A bribe with the intention of getting a job.
I only succumbed to pressure from the big office. And
your state of mind aside, all I'm saying is you are admitting before the Senate that as you stand and as you testify and even as you complain, you are saying I am coming with first of all an admission that I'm a criminal, isn't it?
I'm not.
Haven't you said you're a criminal here that you're giving out a bribe? Or do you think giving a bribe is not a crime?
At first they called it a facilitation fee. Others call it tea. I don't know. Now you are calling it a bribe.
Who complained to Honorable Sioja, who has been peddling this story that I bribed? Isn't it you? Isn't it you who has been saying I bribed and I didn't get a job?
I told Honorable Sioja I gave.
So then I want to move on from this point then. Are you then now telling the Senate it was not a bribe, it was a facilitation? Are you repurposing the name of the 799?
That's how he called it.
It was a facilitation, not a
That's how he
bribe.
called it, yes.
Not a bribe.
Yes.
Okay. Now, your hope was, and it was somewhat a gamble, was that if I give out 799, I'll get a job. That was the state of your thinking, based on what you brought to the Senate.
Yes.
You are gambling that at least the 799 will fetch me a job, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I said you are gambling with getting a job, isn't it? You are hoping to get a job.
Yes, I was hoping, yeah. Okay.
Now, may I ask you as a general proposition, is it true that you by nature engage in gambling?
What do you mean?
That you are a gambler?
That's not true.
It's not true?
Yes.
Okay. Say that again. Are you saying, you swore to say the truth, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you swearing that by nature you're not a gambler, you don't bet?
Actually, betting is just a...
So you gamble. You gamble on the job and you're a gambler generally in life, isn't it? Okay, I would like to, honorable members, I'd like to go to page 22, 21 and 22 of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Do you have your M-Pesa record there? You're relying on your M-Pesa record, isn't it?
Yes.
I would like you to look at the first page. Your M-Pesa was obtained on the 29th of January 2024. You can see that? Your M-Pesa obtained on 29th January 2024. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I would like you to look at the entry of the 28th of May 2023. It should be the fourth last entry from the bottom. Are you there?
Which one?
The fourth last entry. Do you want me to help you?
Right here.
You're there?
Yes.
It's true that in that entry, you had about 400 shillings and you spent about 100 shillings in gambling, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 2.
Okay, at page 2, I'd like you to look at the entry at number, your transaction at on the 28th of May, the same day we are talking about, at 12 o'clock. Are you there?
Yes.
12 o'clock. At that time, you had 300 shillings and you spent 200 in gambling, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And then at 10:21 on the same 28th May, the same day we are talking about money being sent to Dr. Monda, out of a sum of you didn't have any money, you had only 34 shillings, but somehow you spent 100 shillings in gambling, isn't it?
Yes.
Then the day before at 1851, you spent another amount, isn't it? At another 100 shillings and left a balance of 34 shillings in your account, isn't it? Okay, and I don't want to go through all this because of time, but you agree that generally your statement shows you engage in gambling?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The same way you are gambling with the governor and the job?
Yes.
By throwing, okay, thank you. Now, I would like to move on then to the big question here. Whose money was it? Your position is it is your money, but you do not know whether Dr. Monda and Mr. and Mrs. Misati owe the money. Now, I would like us to just discuss on the face of what you came with to the Assembly and then subsequently to the Senate. It is true from what my colleague, Mr. Mutuma, took you through, that you confirm money came from your mom's M-Pesa account and Misati to your M-Pesa account, isn't it?
It's true.
And that is the money. So let's start. You received money from honorable members. That M-Pesa statement is at page 75 to 88, but with particular reference to the entries at page 87. 87, honorable members, 87, page 87. Could you, which bundle are you using?
Sorry?
Let me see the bundle you're using. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Are you at page 87?
Yes,
okay. Could you confirm that the entry of 28th May at 2001, are you there? Entry at 2001, you must have seen that. 2001? 2001, can I help you? Next to the stamp, you can see it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. You confirm that at 2001 on the 28th, you received 50,000 from Mrs. Misati, your mom.
Yes.
And then on at 1951, you received another 50,000 from her.
Yes, I did.
And lastly, at 1944, you received 150,000 from her.
Yes.
Okay. And these are exactly the amounts you remitted to Dr. Monda, less 1,000.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you keep 1,000?
This was for transaction costs.
Okay.
Yes.
So you kept 1,000 for transaction. Now, so your mama sent you 200,000 flat. Sorry.
250.
250.
Yes.
But you remit to Dr. Monda only 149.
Yes.
And you kept 1,000. Sorry, you remitted 249 and kept 1,000, isn't it?
Actually, it was not 1,000 after now. The transaction cost, yes. I don't know how much that remained in the account.
Do you know how much
it was less? It was less 1,000.
It was less 1,000.
Yeah, because of the
now,
transaction.
The question I have for you is, did you call your mom and ask her to request her to withhold 1,000 shillings?
Sorry?
You withheld 1,000 from her, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Did you request her to withhold that 1,000? Did she authorize you to keep that 1,000?
No.
And did your father authorize you to keep that 1,000?
My dad told me to send 249.
It's your father who told you?
It was my father, because we were there with my father.
Okay. Yeah. And it is because you needed to cushion yourself against the expenses of this transaction, isn't it?
Hmm?
Isn't it?
That was the
So you were saying,
Yes.
I don't want you to incur an expense. You can keep 1,000, send to 249, isn't it?
But this was
No. We must go through this. So he told you, because that's my instructions, he told you, I don't want you to spend your money. So send 249, keep 1,000 being the charges that Safaricom that you would incur with Safaricom for passing on this money, isn't it?
That's not true.
What is the truth position?
If you could have if my dad, after making the first transactions, actually my dad did the first transactions to the deputy governor. He had done a total of transaction of 100.
Let's just go back so that we don't spend too much time.
Yeah.
Why were you keeping 1,000? Let's just put it like that. Then
Because my dad had sent him 251 with an extra 1,000. You get. So I sent 249 to make it a total of 500.
So if this money was yours, why was your father, if this money was yours, why would your father be concerned about whether or not you would spend money to remit the amount? Why would he bother? Isn't it because it was his money and he didn't want you to go at a loss?
It was actually, he wanted to make the full payment of 500,000 Kenya shillings.
So your father, the reason is because your father didn't want you to spend money on his business, isn't it?
No, that's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll move on from there. So now, so let's say, so your position is that this money your mom was sending was your money. Is that your position?
Yes.
Okay. Now, without spending so much time on that point, then, could you confirm that you have not brought anything to show that you have not given us any paper trail to show that money came from you to your mom's M-Pesa account?
I gave the full amount, 800 to
No,
my parents,
just answer
not
my
my
question.
mom.
My question is,
Yes.
we have paper trail, we've traced how money came from your mom and into your account and to Monda, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've shown us EACC documents and so on and so forth. I'm saying in the same way you are so diligent, you've not given us, with the same diligence, documents showing that on a given date, you remitted the sum of 250,000 to your mom, which is a basis for you to say this money was mine originally and my mom was just a custodian.
There was no documents.
Thank you. You have no document. Now, in your statement, I want you to go to page 19, paragraph 11D. 11D, are you there?
Yes.
In that one, you say 250,000 through my father Safaricom, 250,000 was remitted, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's start. This is wrong, isn't it? This is mistaken. This is not accurate. Is this correct?
This is not correct.
This is wrong.
Yes.
Okay. When did you realize it is wrong?
Actually, the transaction that my dad did.
No.
Yes.
So, after you went to see Honorable Siocha and told him.
That's not true. That's not what, those are not the allegations. Let me explain.
Okay.
During, you actually said when we were making this transaction.
No. I don't want you to go a long way. I thought you're answering my question. My question is simply this. You admit that paragraph 11D, saying that your father remitted 250,000 through Safaricom line of your father is wrong. You admit that, isn't it?
Statement.
Okay. And my question was simply this.
Yes.
When did you realize that was a wrong, that is inaccurate?
When I got to see my father's statement.
So you saw it for the first time when your father explained and said, no, I didn't send M-Pesa to Dr. Monda, isn't it?
The initial case.
No. Just limit yourself to my questions. So, when your father responded, then you realized that that 250 was paid to Dr. Monda, isn't it?
Yes.
How?
The transactions was done with secretly between my dad and the DG.
Yes.
The first transaction.
Yes.
Then he came back to me saying.
No. We are talking about a different issue. The question is simply that was it paid through Safaricom? No. When did I learn it? when my father responded.
Yes.
You realize, let me just put it directly to you then. You realize that the money was pulled out from cooperative bank account directly to Dr. Monda, isn't it?
Sure.
That's the first time we realized this transaction was not M-Pesa to M-Pesa, it was actually bank to Dr. Monda's account, isn't it? Now, was there any time when you knew your money was at cooperative bank? Yourself? Okay, let's start. Did you put your money at any time at cooperative bank account of your father and your mother?
No, I gave the full amount in cash. I said
You gave the two of them in cash?
Yes.
So you didn't know they were in Safaricom or in M-Pesa?
So wherever they chose to keep it,
now,
did not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
I would like to move on.
Yeah.
You also say that your father remitted 250,000. Is that correct? Was it 250?
251.
It was 251.
Yes.
So even in that sense, this statement is also wrong.
Yes, it was 251.
Now, I would like to put it to you that the reason why you don't know that the money was from Cooperative Bank, that the money was 251, is because Dr. Monda and your father were talking at a distance, as you already told this Senate, isn't it?
That's not true.
What's not true?
We live in a world of technology. So if I make any transaction between me and you, it's personal. I cannot tell.
No, I think that's irrelevant. All I'm asking you, if you were sitting with Dr. Monda and your father, you would have heard that your father was saying, I will give you the money from Cooperative Bank, isn't it? You would have heard that. You didn't hear that, did you?
We sat in a distance.
You at a distance?
Yes.
Neither would you have heard about 251?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so let's say, for argument's sake, that they discussed bribe. That story of whether or not this money was for a bribe or a refund would be what your father would tell you when you're leaving the place, isn't it? Because you're not seated together and discussing, please, is this work worth 1 million or 500,000 or 799 or 800? You are not there to listen to that conversation as to whether or not this money was a bribe. It must be what your father told you as you walked out, isn't it? As we've seen in paragraph 5, 6, 9, 11, and 17.
I think, members, I don't see a need why.
Sorry?
I don't see need anywhere why I should go with all my sons to the DG's house or his home to pay a debt. To pay a debt, as he says, of which you could have done it comfortably from our home direct.
But they are friends, isn't it?
They are friends, yes.
And in both your affidavit and your statement, you said they visited each other severally, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And this visit was not exceptional. The only distinction is that you went there with him for the first time.
It was my first time.
But let's go back to the issue that I would really like the Senate to get there. The question of the body of the conversation between the deputy governor and your father is an issue that you could only learn from your father as you're walking out, isn't it? Because you're not seated with them.
Actually, when the deputy governor called us, we knew what we were going to do at his home. We knew.
I will ask you again.
Yes.
You didn't hear what they were discussing.
I did not hear what
you did not hear what they discussed.
But my dad
and so
shared.
you don't know whether this money was for a job? Would you?
I knew.
How do you know and you couldn't hear?
Because
they had discussed earlier.
My father had updated us before leaving home.
Sorry?
Before leaving our home, yes.
That's still okay with me.
Yes.
So it is your father who is telling you we are going to pay Dr. Monda to help us get a job. Is that your point?
Monda had called him.
Yes.
We visit him.
That's still okay.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, the point I'm just, the real bottom line, Dennis, if you don't mind, is that there's no point at which you and Dr. Monda discussed whether or not you can get you a job. All you know is what your father told you.
Yes, all the communication was through my dad.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's look at paragraph 5 of your affidavit. You say that in early April 2023, my father had learned through deputy governor of a job at Quasco. You seen that? Paragraph page 17, honorable members, page 17, paragraph 5. Are you there?
Yes.
So in early April 2024, my father had learned through the governor of job vacancies. Your position is that it is governor who told your father there. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's my
The
position.
source of information was the deputy governor telling your father.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at paragraph 9 of your affidavit. The next page, page 18. At page 18, you said that the deputy governor called us to his home in Kisii within days of being informed by my father about the post and before the interview. You can see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, at paragraph 5, you're saying the traffic of information is from the deputy governor to your father.
Yes.
In paragraph 9, you're saying the source of the traffic is your father calling the deputy governor. The Senate is to take who initiated this discussion about the job. Is it as in paragraph 5 that it is the deputy governor who initiated it, or it is your father who initiated it as in paragraph 9?
It is the deputy governor who called my dad.
So paragraph
Yes.
9 is inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was the proceeding that happened in the Senate today, hearing of the impeachment of the deputy governor of Kisii. Then apart from that, there is something that also happened that is also going to form part of our discussion, and we're going to see if we still have what is called a death sentence, and that is when this gentleman who was co-accused with Maribe was sentenced to life imprisonment. So let me just play that, then we can proceed from there. It's a video, just a minute. Get it, good.
Sentenced to death for the murder of businesswoman Monica Kimani in 2018. High Court Judge Jowi Sent, in delivering the sentence, said the murder of Monica Kimani was, quote, intentional. The judge in her verdict highlighted submission by the prosecution on the serious and grievous harm occasioned to the deceased using a dangerous weapon. Well, she further noted that the intricate planning of the offense, adding that there was no degree of provocation by the deceased to the accused, hence the murder was not accidental.
Murder leaves behind a trail of shattered dreams and broken hearts that can never be healed. I've said the accused person before me is 33 years. The deceased was 28 years. Based on everything I have said, I have ordered that the first accused person before this court being Joseph Kuria Irungu alias Jowi, shall suffer death as provided for the offense of murder under section 204 of the Penal Code of Kenya. Unless that sentence is lawfully set aside by a court of competent jurisdiction. That is the order of the court. Thank you.
That is the order of the court. So I think that and other stories are going to form part of this discussion. Jowi have been sentenced to death. It's called death penalty. And if you can remember, since Hezekiah Ochuka and Pancras Odeyo, the guys who are the leaders of the 1982 failed coup attempt, since they were hung for treason in 1987, Kenyan has not carried out another execution. And it will also be remembered that in 2017, the Supreme Court declared the mandatory death sentence unconstitutional, but it wasn't outlawed. So I don't know, those people who are maybe legal experts can be able to explain it better. They found it unconstitutional, but they did not outlaw it. I think that will mean it can still be executed. So we are waiting because Jowi has got 14 days to appeal the decision by the High Court today. But if he doesn't appeal, then I think he's going to be another person who is going to undergo through hanging after a long period of time. So with me here, you can see Zalendo, aka True TV 24. So maybe I can give him an opportunity also just to say a word or maybe to give his opinion based on what happened. The ruling, you can see Jowi is today sentenced to death. But the co-accused, that is Jackie Maribe. You saw the other day, Jackie Maribe was given some job in the office, I think, of Moses Korea, and she's going to be a communication expert over there. So that is what people pass through life, and it's also a lesson to people who maybe can just act carelessly without knowing the repercussions. So Mzalendo, if you can be able to hear me, maybe you can just unmute your mic and say hello. And I'm also joined by Dennis Hamisi. I know he'll be able to get connected soon.
Thank you very much, Leo. The story of Jowi.
Yeah.
First, I think it's unfortunate to happen to. It was an unfortunate incident to both to the family of the bereaved,
yeah,
and again to the family of Jowi, who seems to be a young man with potential. But again, if the law found him guilty of murder, then he should face the consequences of the same. We should not lose. We should not kill you should not take someone's life, and you have a right to life, and somebody else cannot come up and just kill you and exterminate you the same way, the way that lady died. So I think just hold on, Leo.
Okay, it's okay. I do get you. Zalendo is also telling us really that it is not good, and it is not good both maybe socially and even religiously to take away somebody's life carelessly, because those are some of the repercussions that will find you. Because once you've taken somebody's life, it's an offense that, you know, even if you don't get punished by these courts of the land or maybe by the laws of the land, but finally it is something that is going to haunt you forever. Because in this case, like what has happened today, you'll find that the High Court sentenced Irungu to death for the murder that happened in 2018. Remember, this is a case that has taken like 6 months. And according to Justice Nzioka, you'll find that he said the prosecution presented sufficient evidence beyond any reasonable doubt that Jowi murdered Monica. So while he was delivering the verdict, Justice Grace Nzioka said that Jowi Rungu shall suffer death as provided for the offense of murder under Section 204 of the Penal Code of Kenya. Because even Jowi himself did not deny committing this, but what they're saying is that, okay, they're begging the court to be so lenient, claiming that this is the first offense, maybe he've not done it before. And what people also need to know that Jowi was a trained security, a private security officer who was in the process of even registering
his own private company. This is before the fateful thing happened. So there are also maybe give us some lessons to those people maybe who have some responsibility. So imagine if this guy managed to register his private security and he was not this careful. Yeah. So there are only three, that is what the judge said, that there are only three options in sentencing Irungu, which included term of years. You know what is called term, they give you some years to serve in jail. There's life imprisonment, whereby you go to prison the rest of your life. And there's also death. So the justice decided to choose on the third one. And under the laws of Kenya, you know, anyone who intentionally or with malice or maybe causes the death of another person is guilty of the crime of murder. And if you're guilty of the crime of murder, or maybe if you're found guilty of murder, robbery with violence, treason, and other capital offense, then you shall be hanged. So treason, you know, that is like what happened in 1982. You're planning to overthrow the government, a legally elected government. And that is an offense that people, sometimes even most countries, some countries that has got some civil disobedience, you'll find that those guys should always be charged with treason when you try to overthrow a legally established government. This one will lead to death. So as I've told you that the last people to be hanged were Pancras and Hezekiah Ochuka, the ones who participated in the 1982 attempted coup. And from 1987, no Kenya has experienced the same sentence that Irungu is now going to experience. That is, if he won't appeal in the next 14 days, and if he appeals, then that one will take a different trajectory, because now the Court of Appeal is going to look into the case. Maybe he might appeal at the kind of sentence that have been given. He might also appeal a judgment, and all will be looked into, and the Court of Appeal will have to pronounce itself. So ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining me for the first time, it's just a reminder that you can help support this program by subscribing to our channel. Just go to YouTube and look for Afrique 24 Hour. Subscribe and turn on the notification bell so that whenever we are live, you'll always be notified, because we're having so many programs. We're having so many programs that are tailored maybe to serve your interest. Maybe you don't like the political talk like the ones you normally have each and every day, each and every night. We're also having some other programs, like on this Friday, we are going to have our Bed of Roses from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. East African time. So don't miss that. You need to subscribe early, invite others, and tell them that there are some good things that are happening. So as we proceed with that, let me just take a short break.
Join us every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. for a captivating journey into the world of love, relationships, and romance, presented by the dynamic trio Maggie Knox, MC Jesse, and Annie Waweru. Bed of Roses promises to be your weekly dose of heartwarming stories, insightful discussions, and expert advice on matters of the heart. Whether you're single, in a relationship, or simply love a good love story, this is the show for you. Don't miss out on the chance to unwind and indulge in the joys and challenges of love, all brought to you by our talented hosts. Tune into Afrique 24 every Friday from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and let us guide you through the enchanting world of Bed of Roses. Subscribe now and mark your calendars. You don't want to miss this. See you there.
Yes, of course, that's one of the programs that we normally have. So ensure that you don't miss it on Friday. We are having some other programs that are aligned along with that, so that you can be able to get the content that suits your interest. So keep it here at Afrique 24 Hour for the political talks and other programs like the relationship talks, relationship show. We're also having the sports show, among other talks. So as I'm waiting from Zalendo, I know he is just working on his connection. Then he'll weigh on that. One of the big things that has happened, you've seen what happened in Senate, and they had to go. Oh, Zalendo, I can see you're now back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Leo.
Yeah, you are weighing on something on this. you are weighing on something on the sentence of Jowi. At least you are trying to say that sometimes it is not good to take some actions that we are later going to regret, like what Jowi did. He's still a young man, he's still a youth, and now look, he's been sentenced to death, meaning if he doesn't appeal, he's going to be hanged. So that is a life that is also going to be cut short. That is a future that is going to be cut short. Maybe the family is going to lose a lot, and his business. This is a guy who was in the process of registering a private security company. So look now what has happened at this age, simply because of maybe some carelessness of something that happened that would have been avoided.
As I said, Leo, it's an unfortunate incident that had to happen to the lady who passed on. But again, it is not right to take somebody's life. You have got no right to kill someone. It's against the law. And the judge passed on a sentence that equals to what the guy did. So for me, I feel as much as people are feeling some kind of pity, the law should the law is very, very clear that when you kill like the way Jowi did, or the people who killed that particular lady, Jowi is going to appeal, then they should be hanged, or they should face the same consequences. So as much as the death penalty is harsh, I feel that maybe we have not hanged anybody for the last maybe 20 years or so. A life sentence could be preferable for somebody like that, because most of the countries around the world are trying to do away with the death penalty.
Exactly.
So it is now on the president's desk. They can decide to hang him, or they can decide to sentence him for life. So let us wait and see what happens in that particular case. But again, it is not right for you to take someone's life. Killing is against our law. There's no justice in killing somebody. So, and when you do it, then you have to face the consequences.
Oh, so let us wait and see if he will manage to appeal, and maybe how the appeal will go through. But killing it is not good. And Goodyear is saying that an eye for an eye is a deterrent, because an eye for an eye is going to make the world blind. Don't you see that is like an eye for an eye? You kill, so they also kill you.
I think you see, that is why the law is very, very clear. There is manslaughter, there is murder. So you'll be judged according to what you did. If Jowi had premeditated that murder, then he needs to face the full consequences. If it was manslaughter, then there would have been a different kind of sentence. Yes, you can. Sometimes you can be involved, maybe in a road accident. If you are driving carelessly at the speed of 200 kilometers per hour or 180, and then you hit somebody on the road, and then you kill these people, you kill this person, then you need to face the consequences of murder. You murdered somebody. You are not supposed to be driving at that particular speed, or unless there was something wrong with your car. So that is the way it is. It's unfortunate, but that is how the laws were written.
I get you. I get you. I get you. And away from that, I think when we joined, we were just Kenyans were glued in the Senate, whereby the impeachment of a deputy governor was taking place. It has been quite a long time before we see this kind of impeachment. We saw the impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangaza that got aborted like 3 times. We saw the attempt to impeach the deputy governor in Siaya, something that wasn't successful. And now we are having a motion to impeach the deputy governor of Kisii. And if I just want to play for you, the brother to the deputy governor is one of the people who testified against the governor. So if you listen to the kind of maybe the kind of the evidence that he was giving, you'll find that it is more related to family issues than the issues of the county government of Kisii. So I just want you to listen to this. Then I want to get your take on these kind of impeachments. Are these impeachments politically instigated? Are they things that somebody is just tired of maybe working with the deputy, so they want to get away of eliminating these guys and to get somebody they can work comfortably with? Or are these impeachments genuine? So just listen to this and maybe you will be the judge.
And the justice that I want, if my brother can be removed from office so that he can come to his senses. And I'm praying for him so that he can even see the kingdom of heaven.
We're sorry about that, Mzee. We're so sorry for the deals.
Is that all for this witness? Is that all for examination in chief?
Yes, Madam Speaker. That's all for the old man.
Does he need time before cross-examination? Is he able to take the questions in cross-examination?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, he says that he has only one more issue that you want to state, and granted his age, I pray that you may grant him only 1 more minute, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, since that time, I felt sick. I was brought to Nairobi Coptic Hospital, where I stayed for 3 weeks and I spent a lot of money. And I am now on injections. Right now, I've done 3 injections. I have a 41 to do, and I have so many drugs to take. Something my life is in danger. That's why I decided to come, because he has mistreated me many times. I forgive him, but this time around I said I must come on my own volition. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the senators, the honorable senators. Thank you.
Mr. Ruben, you'll be asked questions by the
Hey, Leo.
I think you heard that. That is the brother to the deputy governor that is being impeached, testifying against his brother. So if you listen to the kind of testimony that he's giving, doesn't it maybe read something sinister about this kind of impeachments that are being brought in the Senate?
I think the Kenyan Senate is one of the most useless senates I've ever seen. What kind of discussion is that going on? There's some evidences that should not even be brought in the public. I mean, those are domestic kind of issues that ought to have been solved at home before hata zivuke Sotik. Hizo ni vitu zingevuka Sotik. Hiyo maneno that brother brought, that should not have crossed Sotik. Ipite Kericho, ipite mpaka Nakuru na ifike Nairobi to the Senate. And then he's like the main witness against the brother. So I think these are people.
Yes,
who are being
actually, he's treated as the main witness against the brother.
Yeah, what is coming out very, very clearly is that they want to use his sickness as a sympathy way of prosecuting the case. Yeah, the way he has been sick, the way he has been mistreated by the brother. Maybe they need to look at even there's a lady who testified who was also representing people of disability. I watched the senator. I watched the brother coming in. He's called Ruben, and that pissed me off. That pissed me off, and I actually turned off when I saw he identified himself as a family member and as a brother, and then he was asked, "Do you know the consequences of this case and what the kind of magnitude?" That is a family that is not together. That's a family that has had a lot of family quarrels and all that. Maybe if the neighbors could also be brought to testify, then you'll get the true picture of what is happening in that particular family. But I believe the case, first off, the deputy governors have got very little role to play in the county government, and it's a waste of time. Their job solely depends on what the governor wants them to do. They have no defined role in the constitution, and that is one of the most useless seats that our taxpayers have to really pay for. That is affecting service delivery at the county level, because right now the county government, is it Nyamira or Kisii? Nyamira.
That is Kisii.
That is the county government of Kisii is busy prosecuting this case. And look at the kind of lawyers that are on that case. Those are lawyers who are very, very expensive to hire.
They've really taken the top lawyers that we have in the country, actually.
Look at the kind of lawyer. Can you name them? Can you name those lawyers who are on that case? And the millions that of Kisii money that is going to go to this bogus case. The deputy governor cannot stop service delivery. Look at what happened in Siaya. If Orengo cannot work with Oduol, Orengo is still working. Just let them take the salaries for free, because we had a constitution that gives them no work. All these deputy governors, what do they do?
Actually, that is what I wanted to ask you next, that are these deputy governors really relevant in a county? Because if you look at most of the counties, we don't even know the deputy governors, save for counties like Kisumu, whereby you find that Professor Anyang' Nyong'o decided to make a deputy governor a CS, like a minister, and gave him a department to run. But in most of these counties, these deputy governors, we only see them during campaigns, and after campaigns, we don't have them. They don't have some designated roles to perform, but they're earning salaries, they are getting allowances. Do we really need these deputy governors, really? Because the governors have been working without them.
Yeah, we don't, Leo, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
We don't need these deputy governors. It's a duplication. It's a duplication of duty. And this is why I always say devolution introduced some level of corruption in Kenya that we need to really look at and see if it is something that can be readdressed. You see, the functions of a deputy governor is provided under Section 32 of the County Government Act. They operate. First, their main job is to take oath of office, deputize the governor, perform responsibilities as any other member of the county executive committee, as may be decided by the government. So Huyo ni mtu wa mkono wa governor. Unaona mtu wa mkono wa governor?
Yeah.
He has no powers at all to appoint anybody, to even dismiss anybody. And I don't know why they have dragged this guy to the Senate. He has got nothing, zero, completely nothing. Those powers that they are giving this deputy governor for Kisii, Simbarati, that is a waste of public funds. This is something that is so domestic. Angeita wazee wa Kisii waongee na huyu mzee na wazazi wake na kila mtu na hiyo story ishe.
Aite wazee, then they sit down and sort their issues, eh?
Wangeita tu wazee, hiyo ni story ya kuita tu wazee hapo. Huyu mzee amepata kazi ingine ya bure hapa, lakini kichwa amemea pembe, so tutamfanya namna gani?
There was a situation, I don't know, I think it was in the previous election, there was a certain deputy governor who was elected, and immediately after election, he went back to America, only came back when he wanted to vie for governorship. I think it was somewhere in Turkana, or if I can't remember. After the guy was present during election, then after that, the guy flew away. So that one told me that these guys don't have any roles to perform. It is just a matter of, we need to rethink and see if we can do away with the position of the deputy governors.
No, those positions are not necessary. Are not necessary in our constitution. There is nothing that they are doing that is so important. Even if the governor is impeached, then we have the Speaker of the Assembly, or we have the Speaker of the Assembly who can take over as the governor, because the qualification to become a Speaker of the National Assembly, of the County Assembly, is just nearly the same as what the governor entails. And if there is any vacuum, then there should be some kind of time frame for them to elect a governor. And again, I don't think that we should go for an election to elect a governor. If there is, in case of anything, a governor is not is incapacitated, or is incapacitated in a way, then the speaker can take up the role. The position of deputy governor is not relevant. I think the speaker can double up also as a deputy governor. That constitution needs to be rewritten again. Yeah, it should be rewritten again, so that we don't have all this wage bill pushed to the national government, and they're paying a lot of salaries for people who are not doing anything at the county. So you can imagine, we have that. We have got the deputy governor. We have got some CSS. They're called ministers, an equivalent to what the ministers in the national government do. We have got counties that are adjacent to each other. Homa Bay and Nyamira and Kisii counties are just very, very close, and they are very, very tiny counties. They are not very, very large. Very, very tiny counties that they did not have even 2 governors. One governor is enough to take care of the whole of the Kisii population. One governor and one deputy. If the deputy had been given responsibility, so that the governors also don't interfere with the work of the deputy. As it is right now, the deputy is so powerless. He's so powerless. Who is there to defend a deputy? Nobody. He's at the mercy. Huyo ni amepelekwa kichinjio na atachinjwa. Amepelekwa kichinjio. He has got nowhere. Apart from the Senate, who can listen to the case, and the Senate might decide otherwise, whether it's to let him go or to leave this matter as a domestic matter that should have been solved at the village level.
But you're saying that these counties like Nyamira and maybe the Homa Bay can be merged. But if you looked at what was proposed in the NADCO report, they're proposing a creation of some other counties, like they want a county called Suba County. So the Homa Bay you're saying is small. They're arguing that we can have a Suba. On the other end, we can have Kuria County in the sides of Migori.
That NADCO report is crafted for leadership. It is crafted for who is going to be the next president, and the kind of the control that they want to have in Parliament and in Senate. So when you look at the crafting of the NADCO report, is that people are creating constituencies that will favor them in coming any election. It is not a constituency that. So what do Siba people need that they don't have right now? That they feel that they are so unrepresented by the Homa Bay County. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It is just a creation of a constituency or a county to waste our taxpayers' money. Then Suba will be having a minister for fisheries, just like Homa Bay, which is next to Suba. So these things nakwambia ni ujinga, kabisa. There are things that yani people who are
think about themselves.
No, people who are doctors, engineers, sit down. Ichungwa studies in one of the best schools, Alliance, sits down and crafts something like that. It's an embarrassment even to the Bush community. It is an embarrassment for him to craft anything like that and say that this is a very good document that will help Kenyans. But to settle election disputes, then they're saying they need these boundaries and they need these more constituencies. For what? For nothing. Absolutely nothing.
So you are saying that this is just a way of creating some new numbers or maybe some new electoral boundaries that maybe will spearhead people to win some elective positions. Somebody is asking a good question. Lekuren Olesamunu is asking, are Suba Luos or Bantu people? Yes, Suba are not Luos. Suba are Bantus who got assimilated. Despite the fact that they speak Luo and practice Luo culture, they have got their own language, which is totally different from Luo. They have got their own culture. And Mzalendo, I think you can talk of this better because you share with them the same county.
Yeah, we
Suba.
share. Do you know how Suba came about to be?
Not really, because historically we are told that it was during migration, the Abasuba, they used the same route, just like the Bagusi, but when they settled finally where they are currently, the Luos had already settled there, so they just got assimilated, and that is how their culture kept on fading, of which right now, to differentiate them from Luos is really hard, because almost all of them just speak Luo, they practice Luo culture. But what I know is that they still have their language and there are people who can still speak their Sudanese language, and they hold some cultural events where they showcase their culture and such kind of things.
Yeah, you are right. You know, the Suba, as they are called, they came from Uganda. Yeah, they're among the Bantu groups that split and migrated from Uganda, and they settled predominantly in Rusinga and Mfangano Islands. Those two islands are the ones that the Suba people occupy. To the guy on the comment section, Suba people are traditionally fishermen and women, and they live in the shores of Lake Victoria. But then some of them, they spread all the way maybe to the border of Tanzania. They speak a language similar to the Bantus, but their lineage can be traced all the way to Uganda. At one point, the language was becoming distinct. It was something that was raised by, I know the lady who really fought hard for the Suba language to be recognized by the UN. And one day, Leo, you can invite her to this particular channel. She'll tell you more about the Suba people. My mother comes from one of the Suba clans. And the clans are called, they call them Chula, Jo Chula, yeah? The
I get
Chula
you.
people. Yes, those are the people who are called the Chula. They include, yeah?
Yeah.
I can name a few. Wawere, that's the people who come from Kaswanga. Please, I hope I will not be wrong. Kamasengre, Wasaki, the areas called Ngode.
I get you.
Well, yeah. So while others come from Fangano.
I get you.
They have got a very, very funny name, which I can't pronounce.
So
Abagwano.
majorly these guys live on the island, yeah, because when you talk of Chula, Chula I think is a low word
Yeah,
which
most of
means an
even
island, yeah.
Mfangano, Mfangano is an island. So these Suba people intermarried with other local communities like the Luos. The
I
Luos.
think on the comment section, Dennis Amisi have really nailed it. Suba people came from Uganda in Kabaka Kingdom. I think I'm in the best place to talk. Okay, Dennis, you joined, but it seems when you are joining, you first of all need to allow StreamYard access to your audio and your video. That is when you can be able to join comfortably. Because I was seeing you, but your device wasn't connected, so it cannot add you to the stream. So you can try. I'll share the link again so that you can join. I know you can really talk about it well.
No,
And
Dennis,
matters of football, the Kenyan Premier League too.
Oh, you know Dennis. You know Dennis.
Yeah. So
No,
Hamisi.
Dennis Amisi is one of the most talented and honest Kenyan Luos you'll ever find around.
And when he supports you, like I know his support to the current president of FKF, I know we'll one day get time and call him in their freak dimba so that he can talk
It's
of
called
it.
President. They call him
Yeah,
President.
President. Yeah.
Yeah, President. Nick always calls him President. Nick
I
Mwende.
also want to respond to Goodia. Goodia was asking me if the Acholi are same as Suba. Nick, the Acholis are Nilots, not the Suba, the Bantus. Acholis are Nilots that are found in Uganda. Remember the migration when the River Lake Nilots were migrating from Barel Gazelle, that is in the southern parts of Sudan. Some like the Nuer, the Shiluk, and the Anuaks and the Dinkas remained in southern Sudan. While in Uganda, we had the Langi, the one some people call Lango, the Acholi, Alur, Padola, and some Luos known as the Luos of Uganda. But fortunately or unfortunately, in Kenya and Tanzania, we only managed to have the Luos, were the only River Lake Nilots to cross and come to these parts of Kenya and Tanzania. So in Kenya, we only have the Luo as the River Lake Nilots, and Tanzania, we're also having the Luos over there. People, if you are fan of Benga, we had people like Dio Misiani, if I'm not wrong, those are Luos from Tanzania, a place called Shirati. Though he used to do most of his songs in Kenya until majority of people know him as a Kenyan Luo. So I think Amisi is trying to connect and will shortly.
No, I think Amisi is not putting on his, the mic and the camera on before connecting. That's why he can't connect to the studio. I think, but what Amisi was trying to say, that the Suba people came from Baganda Kingdom. He's right, but that is a section of the Suba people that came from Baganda, and this were basically the people we call Jogwasi. You see?
Okay.
Yeah.
So Gwasi, that is where. The chairman of ODM comes from, eh?
Yeah, they settled in the hills of Gwasi Hills. Those ones, Gwasi and Wakula. They have a relation. They have a relation. They have got the same. They come from the same lineage. Yeah. Yeah. So those are the people who settled in areas of Gwasi and Wakula. So that is a brief history of that is the brief history that I know. If I go further, I will be lying. I will be lying. But again, what came now in the 80s is the identity of the Suba people. The identity of the Suba people was brought by one President Daniel Arap Moi.
Okay.
Moi, when he wanted to get control and get constituencies that are aligned to him, he named, he defined the Suba. He gave them the identity that they needed. For so many years, they didn't come out as, Subas. We knew them as just Luos being part of us. But when Moi came into power and gave them their identity through one called Nyakiamo, was one of their first leaders, who was a very bright guy. So that is how the Suba people became to start identifying themselves as Bantus, and they wanted to support Kanu. All right, they were Kanu supporters. So Moi wanted that electoral college for himself. So he identified with the Subas more than this other community that was rebellious, that was led by Jaramogi. Remember, the late Tom Mboya also came from Suba.
From Suba, right? Yes.
Yeah. So that kind of identity politics and trying to divide the Luo vote.
Now, what you've said is so interesting, that the late Tom Mboya came from Suba, who was a Suba actually, but Tom Mboya have always been known as a Luo. And when they talk of some of the Luo great leaders, the name Mboya, people like Gormaya, people like Luanda Magere will always appear. So that one makes me agree with you that before maybe Moi gave identity to Suba, then Luos lived with the Subanese without knowing.
Yeah, they didn't have an identity. They didn't have an identity. It's Moi who introduced that in the politics.
I get you. Because if you had you introduced that one before, then people would argue that Tom Mboya was not a Luo, so there was no way he would lead a Luo community.
Yeah, Tom never introduced himself as a Suba. He introduced himself as a Kenyan and as a Luo, and he pronounced himself more as a Kenyan, not as a Luo. He was a Kenyan leader. Kenya, the leaders before were very, very interesting, and they had a lot of knowledge, even in the Pan-Africanist movement. That's why sometimes when we are talking about Sankara, you need to talk about Tom Mboya maybe next week so that people can get to know. You need to talk about Gama Pinto, Pinto, what he brought in the Kenya politics. When Pinto was being assassinated in Kenya, that is the same time when it's called Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. Malcolm X was being assassinated at the same time. They were killed at the same time, same hour, same minute.
I get you. Lekureno Lesanu is asking, this is so interesting. How did Moi know they were not Luos? I want to talk of this because you remember maybe pre-independence, when people were fighting for this kind of independence and were forming the early political organizations, we didn't have something like Nyanza. We used to have something called Kabirondo. I think we had some Kabirondo associations. But later on, even during the era of Moi, during the profiling and such kind of things, I'm told there was a DC who now started profiling and is the one who created this thing called Luo Nyanza. Because initially we lived with the Kisis as the Kabirondo. We were all from Nyanza.
Can you tell Missy to come to the studio? Why are you hiding there?
No, Missy, he needs to connect your audio. That is the problem. Even if you don't want to connect the video, once you connect the audio, it will allow you. But if you don't allow StreamYard to, you need to allow StreamYard to control it, then it will get connected automatically.
Just tell him what to do, because he's so passionate about this. Tell him what to do.
So once you've clicked on the link, there's a place there. It will be asking you to allow StreamYard permission. Then just allow. You just click allow. Yeah, that is it.
Allow
Only as simple as
StreamYard
that.
to use the audio and
Yeah, that is it. So Olesanu is asking how Moi knew that these people were not Luos and started profiling. And I also want to know more about how we came out from Kavirondo and to a point now that we now got profiled like we are having Luo Nyanza, something that really segregated and divided now the Luos and the Kisis who are in Nyamira and the Kisii County. Remember, these were part of Nyanza. We just said Nyanza, the entire Nyanza. We did not have somebody talking of, okay, we are having this side for Luos, this side for Kisii. So it was just called Nyanza. But I was told there was this powerful PC who decided to profile it and say, we have Luo Nyanza. And that is how it became. Until today, people know there is Luo Nyanza and there is Gusii, which is also part of Nyanza. Does it mean Moi was so Moi's kind of leadership? Yeah, he was so cunning that he knew. Yeah,
you know, these were colonial boundaries that were set by the colonialists. Yeah, Moi inherited those boundaries. Kenyatta never destroyed them. Those boundaries we found that South Nyanza as a province. I know before you were born, Leo, there was somebody called a provincial commissioner, a PC. So the PC was in charge of the province. So the province of South Nyanza comprised of South Nyanza comprised of Homa Bay, Migori, and Kisii.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kisumu province comprised of Kisumu and it's I don't know, Kisumu, Ahero, Nyakach, those areas.
Yeah.
So Nyanza was wide, was very, very wide, but it came all the way up to Kisii. Those are the old provincial administrations. And that was also comprised of Suba. Suba was also robbed in Nyanza, including Migori. So the Nyanza PC, when you talk about the Nyanza PC, the Nyanza PC was in charge of that whole area. That is what a governor should today, ideally, a governor should be in charge of that area. We should not have these small units like the governor of Homa Bay, governor of Kisii.
But I think you just explained it. We got these small units because of politicians.
Yeah,
they
we
think
got
of
it because
themselves.
of politics. We just
But
got it.
if these guys were to think of how to maybe pool resources together and grow and develop these regions, then they would have had maybe 8 or 10 counties or 8 regions with a governor, one single governor controlling. I don't see any need of having like 4 or 5 counties in Nyanza. We're having Kisii there, Nyamira just next to Kisii, Homa Bay, Migori. I think this one
now Suba.
And now you want to create Suba.
Hizo ndio ujinga tunasemaga, ujinga wa Kenya. Na hizo ndio wanasiasa wanatuwekea, then we want to believe. Then wakienda to a Subanese, they call themselves Subanese. Waambiwe, you know, we want to give you your county. The Suba people will be very, very happy about it. Yeah, we want our county. Tunataka county.
No, they want it. If you listen to the people who went to give their presentation during the NADCO hearing at Bomas, there are some gentlemen from a place called Kanyada. I think it is in Homa Bay, who said they also want their constituency and they want what is called Kanyada constituency because others are having constituencies and this Kanyada constituency will belong to Kanyadians. If you had such kind of things.
Yeah, I saw that guy's argument. You see this kind of argument. This is somebody who is crafting his own constituency that I want my constituency and my people called Kanyada. You know, if we are now dividing ourselves into small clans, small clans that we are able to control either by clanage, clan politics. He's inviting the clan politics. So the larger clan of Kanyada will be dominant in the politics of that particular Canadian constituency. The larger clan will be dominant of the Kanyada constituency. Then we move on to other small, other big clans, probably who would also want to get their own constituency. Yeah. So they will be getting all these constituencies, but at the end of the day, we will need to expand parliament. They will start saying that if parliament ni kidogo, wacha tujenge ingine kubwa to accommodate everybody else. But sisi kama taxpayers, we have got a voice. We must say no to the NADCO report. We must say no to duplication of services. Yeah, we must say
no. Maybe
no.
before we even look at why people want to duplicate and why each and every clan want to have their own MP, look at the parliament today with over 300, about 350 members of parliament. The sessions are always from Tuesday to Thursday. Those are only Tuesday, Wednesday, only 3 days a week. Do you think 350 members of parliament can get adequate time even to argue their case or even to present something that is going to help this country? As compared to the Senate, where there are few, but senators, they are not much involved in making laws and maybe policies. With them, they only deal with things maybe affecting the counties. But the main house that determines and even the budgeting and everything is a parliament of 350. It is like a political, it is like a market. Don't you think this is why we can't have good policies? Because you are an MP, they want to give you 5 minutes. Will you be able to explain something within 5 minutes and maybe convince fellow members of parliament?
First, Leo, I wanted to share with you something about why it's so unnecessary to have this kind of representation.
Yeah.
And most of the time when you watch parliament, you come across very interesting scenes. One of the one scene that strikes you most is a scene of inside parliament whenever there is a debate or they are beginning debate. This is the kind of scene that you see in parliament. Yeah, you see this kind of scene.
Yeah.
This is the parliament in Kenya. Can you? How many legislators are there? Can you count them?
I can count. They're about 15, if I'm not wrong.
Look, they are about 15. These 15 on each and every day of the week.
Yeah.
You can barely find that this house is full.
It's never full. That is true.
You will never find that this house is full. This house is a fraud to the Kenyan people. It's an embarrassment to the Kenyan people. And we pay a lot of money for them to do their work. But most of the time, they are not there to legislate. They are busy at the constituency giving bursaries, which I think should not be their work. If there was a mechanism, if Ruto loved this country so much, then the money that they are allocating for bursaries should go directly to the schools in their constituencies. Because every other particular student who is sitting for an exam, a primary exam, will go to a constituency or a county to learn there. So the MP in that particular area should know in that particular schools how many needy students are there. It should not be given on biasness of the members of that particular area, but for the students who are in that particular area. That way we will curb a lot of corruption in the CDF. But Leo, this is an embarrassment to the taxpayers. But when their salaries are being discussed,
the house will always be full.
Look for an image when their salaries are being discussed. When MPs' salaries are being discussed in Parliament, you will find that the house is full house. Yeah.
Get you.
So it is sad.
But when serious issues, I normally sometimes watch Parliament proceedings. Apart from the controversial motions like things like affordable housing, things like financial bill, bill, things that needs whipping from their respective political parties so that they can be able to vote for or vote against, you'll find that the normal serious discussions, you'll find few MPs in Parliament until you wonder, these people only value that house when they're discussing things that are not helping common mwananchi. But some of the policies, there's a time I will barely see you find people like there's this MP for, is it Funyula? Somebody called Ounda. He's always in Parliament. So I wonder, where's other people? These MPs are on their own businesses. They attend Parliament sessions when they want. And some of them, I'm told, they just go, they log in, then leave and go do their own businesses. I think that is where citizens also should start looking at and asking the MPs. Even when loosely translated, these guys are normally legislators to legislate. So you should be asking them, where do you legislate? But as long as they are going to give you bursary, they'll still get reelected, which I'm sure, Mzalendo, if today maybe we do away with the bursaries, do you think all these MPs are going? Do you think most of the MPs will get their way back to Parliament if there is no bursary?
If there's no bursary, they will not even get. They will not even want to apply for that job, Leo. If there are no bursaries, you'll have the seats will not be heavily contested. The kind of leaders that you'll have vying for those seats are people who are competent, who want to give services to the people. You will not have leaders who are looking for money, because right now, as it is, these MPs are basically looking for money, yeah, and a way to get into Parliament and control the finances of, in Parliament. So that's the reason why you see most of them in Parliament. I wanted to show you an image.
Okay.
Show us an image where parliamentarians are discussing their salaries. Now, this is the image of the same Parliament when they are discussing their salaries. This is when now they want to discuss mambo ya pesa yao. This is the image when they want to discuss about me and you.
I see.
When they are supposed to craft a bill to ensure that you have clean water in your area, when they want to craft a bill to ensure that our taxes are used adequately, this is the kind of quorum you find. But zile mshahara yao inataka kuongezwa.
Yeah.
This is the image.
Full house.
They are busy. Wako busy ile hakuna.
Even the ones who are sick will leave their sick beds and get to the Parliament, yeah?
Yeah, even the ones who are sick will get to Parliament in somehow. So hii ni nyumba ya utapeli. Ni nyumba ambao inatukandamiza sisi kama wananchi wa Kenya. So we need to watch out, Leo.
So what can Kenyans do? Kenyans are helpless because they are the ones who are making laws, and they will always make laws that benefit them. There was this discussion of the academic requirement.
Yeah, you see, I need you to first stop thinking like, don't belong to this community wholesale group. We, the Luos, we, the Kikuyus, we, so long as Leo, you stop addressing yourself like that, is when you'll get good leadership. When you start saying we Luos, so what of we Luos? What is we Luos? So long as you start thinking like you're a Kenyan, is when we will get good leadership in Kenya. So start identifying yourself with your country before your tribe. When you start identifying yourself with your country first, then you'll mind when a Turkana is not having clean water, when a Luo is not able to go to school, because they will all be Kenyan. And Gachagua will stop going when Gachagua will stop going to Central and campaigning as a Kikuyu leader. So that's the way it should be. So Goodyear is saying you ni wholesale group. The one when you say when Leo identifying himself as a Luo, we Luos, then is a cheap commodity. Is able to sell.
And that is what mostly happens in this country. Even when you see even the leaders when they speak, they'll tell you, sisi kama Wakikuyu, we Kalenjins we respect. Sisi kama Wapwani tumesema.
Hiyo ni bei ya wholesale. Hiyo ni bei ya wholesale. Hiyo ni bei ya wholesale. Sisi kama Wajaluo tunauzwa kwa mnada. Unaona? Watu wale wanataka kutuchukua hii kura Wajaluo lazima waongee na kinara wetu. Ule anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Sisi kama Wakamba ongea na Kalonzo kama kinara wetu, atuuze kwa bei ya wholesale ya mnada. Mnapigwa mnada, kabila inapigwa mnada. Unaona? Katika hii siasa kuna kabila inapigwa mnada, na inapigwa mnada na kiongozi wa kabila. Unanielewa? So the moment you stop thinking like we, start thinking like I am a Kenyan, I want service delivery, I belong to this country. I don't want to think of myself as an individual, but I want to think of myself as a Kenyan. You see, the way unaona Kimboi anakimbia, ama Kipchoge Keino anashinda race, and the way people in Siaya, where you come from, celebrate that victory of Kimboi, should be the same way we celebrate politics. All right? It's the same way we should celebrate. Tanzania has got how many communities, how many clans? But
nobody knows that. Nobody knows
because they don't identify themselves as tribe. Yes, you know unatoka mali fulani, but is it very important? It's not. It's not important. It is used by the politician to make sure that they get what they want.
I get you. Yeah, when you go to Tanzania, they don't talk of like their tribes, or when somebody introduces himself from Tanzania, they just call themselves Mimi ni Mtanzania. But here you'll have to say Mimi ni Mjaluo. You have to tag along your tribe with you. So I've seen you are saying that we are represented. I don't know if you saw that one.
Who are these?
The Justice and Legal Affairs Committee approves the establishment of 22 CAS positions. Remember, there was some there were some CASs that were appointed, and the court halted it, saying that it was unconstitutional. So now it seems that they've gotten ways of sneaking it back. So the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, of which it also have got members from both coalitions, that is Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, they've approved establishment of 22 CAS positions. And somebody said it, that you see these CAS that were declared illegal, these guys are coming back after that presumed handshake, and that is what has come out today.
Yeah. I told you, and I keep on telling you. You are at one point in your life a strong supporter of Azimio, and you took it personally to support Azimio and its policies. I have told you many times that you are all alone. Nobody cares about you and your interest. You can go to the sufuria, ubebe sufuria hata 2-3 kwa kichwa kila siku. Ukidemonstrate upigwe tear gas, uwawe, ufanye nini, hiyo ni shauri yako. Somebody said that those are political martyrs. Who celebrates political martyrs in Kenya? Hakuna. They don't have any place in our history. They are gone and they are gone. At the same time, umeona hiyo story ya CS zimetoka.
Yeah.
Now look at the new list of cabinet assistants who are going to be appointed. Uangalie hiyo list vizuri sana. Tutakuwa hapa kwa political talk.
Yeah.
Utaniambia watu wa Azimio wangapi wamepata kiti. And you'll be very happy that wamepata kiti. You'll be very happy that we are now working with President William Ruto. And that is the way it is. Inaitwa ni kama you'll have your day.
We are just adding. Somebody is asking a question there. A question to you, Mzalendo. Can a politician represent a region where he or she was not born? I think that is a straight yes. It depends.
It depends on the particular area. It depends on the particular area. If you are in a cosmopolitan area like Nairobi, Mombasa, let me talk about Nairobi. If you are in a cosmopolitan area like Nairobi, you will be people like Babu Owino were born in Kisumu. They represent areas in Embakasi. Leo here was born in the village. He now wants to vie in Lakisama. Yeah, so it depends on where you live.
But also like when you go to Migori, is it the Suna East? They are having Junet.
Yeah, Junet was born and raised in Migori, so he's a native of Migori. So that does not make sense. If you go to the rural areas now, Goodia, if you go to the rural areas in Kisumu or in Siaya, where Leo comes from, you must be a native of that particular place. They will not vote for you if you're not. There's the village.
First of all, they will always have a feeling, and they'll tell you that we are going to vote you, then you're going to run away with our money and go back to the place you came from.
When they're Goodia, when they're voting for you, they are voting for you in the name of, this is our son, born and bred here. Even if we give him the money, there's no problem with that. But if he's an outsider, Mkamba going to buy in Siaya or in Suba, nakwambia watakula pesa yako bure, unless you are born in that particular village, raised in that particular village, went to school in that particular village, and your parents live in that particular area. That way, you might have some soft spot among the locals.
But I think if we moving forward, we should maybe get more civilized and start looking at people not where they come from, or maybe where they live, their tribe, or maybe their religion. We must start looking at them like what they've done. For example, if let me give you a typical example. Maybe somebody like Polycarp Igade, they are Kenyans who've known, okay, this person have worked here, he achieved this, he achieved this. So one day, if Polycarp Igade goes to Busia and says that I want to become an MP, people should judge him based on his maybe background, on his capability, rather than asking him, what is your second name? You are not born in Busia, such kind of things. I think that one, we can have some good leaders whereby you can go and maybe become a leader anywhere.
So Leo, first, it starts with you. Are you tribal?
No, I'm not tribal. I don't look at you and say that, okay, you see this, because at the end of the day, the people around you, the people you interact with, are not from your tribe. The people who help you when you are most in need.
my next question would be, how many people have you voted for who are outside your tribe?
Actually, because I vote in Nairobi, obviously, I can tell you even in the last elections, the only person I voted who is in my tribe is the presidential vote. But the rest, all of them, actually, from my MCA to my MP to the women rep to my senator, I don't look at. I had people from my tribe. Actually, I had somebody from my tribe who contested and wanted to become an MCA.
Yes, apart from that tribe that you voted for, were they inclined to a party that you think that leans towards what you believe in?
For the general election, I might say that I voted people inclined to my party, but before the general election, during the nominations and whatever within the party, I campaigned for somebody from a different tribe, yet I had somebody from my tribe contesting because I believed the person who was contesting from a different tribe had what it takes to be voted. That was during the nomination. But for the general election, I have to agree, I voted people who are aligned to the political party.
Of your tribe.
Political party. Should I say political party of my tribe?
Oh, just say political party. Don't be shy. Just say
it's true. At some time, I sat down and asked myself, that is after voting. I remember the MP I voted for somebody, Mercy Gakuya, who was on Jubilee. And the same Mercy, I voted against her in 2017 because I did not believe in her leadership. In 2017, she was contesting against the former Kasarani MP, John Joroge, who was really a good performer, better performer than Mercy Gakuya. And when it came 2022, I found myself voting Mercy Gakuya, and John Joroge, the better option, was also on the ballot because Mercy Gakuya was in Jubilee and we are now aligned to Jubilee. So after voting, I was like, how did I find myself voting for this lady? But unfortunately, he lost to an independent candidate.
Even after voting for her, then you're cautious. You came back and realized, oh I did a mistake. How could I vote for Gakuya? Yeah, and so that is the nature of our politics. The nature of our politics have become tribal, and you can see by the voting patterns. It affects service delivery, and of course you will not get you among the Luo community 100%. You will not get each and everyone that is very, very perfect. Among the Luo community, there are Luyas who are living with us. There are so many people who are living with us. You'll find that there is an Indian who is living with us who is good, and he will be elected in a particular position because he is capable of running in that position. So until we look at people's capability and how they have performed in the past, is when we are going to have a situation whereby we'll not look at tribe. We'll not look at tribe. Igave failed to become the Nairobi governor because of tribe.
Yeah, he did not. Actually, I used to. He did not have that tribal backing.
He didn't know. He didn't have that. If he had that tribal,
he did not identify with his tribe. So people are like, if you tell them that, if maybe somebody told them that, you see, Igada is a Kikuyu, they'll tell you no. Igada is not. He did not identify with the tribe, and I'm very sure if had he identified with the tribe, he would have won.
Yeah, so for Igade to have won that particular seat, he needed to go somewhere in Kondele, stay there for 1 year, 2 years, then come back redefined, know how to entice the Luo community, and then identify himself as one of their own.
But that is the campaign that was used against him. I remember at some point I attended a rally for Sakaja, and he was telling people, mimi ni mtu wa Nairobi, nimezaliwa hapa, nimecheza hapa. Igade muulize, hata anajua hii hii siwe iko wapi, anajua hii and by that people thought like, oh, Uganda doesn't know Nairobi, he doesn't know this Bichochoro,
Hivyo,
so they didn't
exactly.
They didn't look at this person as somebody who did well when he was working with Coca-Cola. They didn't look at that. They just looked at, oh, huyu jamaa ajui Nairobi, and that is how he lost. I get it.
So Igathe lost na akapoteza na ikaenda hivyo.
Yeah.
So siasa yetu iko hivyo bwana leo. It is
So how can people get out of that kind of politics? Not that people haven't learned. People have learned. People do mistakes each and every electioneering, and I'm telling you, even in the next election, the same will still happen. The next election, ukisikia, let's say for example, UDA imekuja imeshikana na ODM wameform ka coalition ingine ikaenda hivyo, people will shift and will still recycle the same people.
How do you get out?
How do you get out? Is it something that
we get out by starting this kind of conversations? This kind of conversations are very, very important. We need to be talking about it each and every time. If you go to the social media platform, it's full of madness. It's full of tribalism and hatred, especially when you don't want to. Like personally, me, I'm identified as a traitor, a betrayer of the community. I don't know all the things that they call me out there, but do I even care? I don't even care, because first, tribe does not pay my rent. Tribe does not pay my bill. Tribe has not helped me anywhere in my life. You have struggled all my life by believing in God and believing in my efforts. So the issue of tribe does not appear anywhere in my life. When I was in school, when I went to in a cosmopolitan school, I used to share the same lunch with the Kikuyu, Luya, and everybody else. We would eat from the same lunchbox, and we would go home satisfied. We were never, and me, when I was growing up, being identified as a tribe, as a Luo, was an embarrassment. Even Kikuyus they never wanted to be identified as Kikuyus, and we love to be identified by, by our names. Call me Nick, call me Mzalendo, call me Leo. That is what we love to be identified. We never used to love to be identified by our last names. Our last names came like, that is something that you'd only use it in your ID, and that is it. You should not use it anywhere else. Your first name that you're given is what you want to identify yourself with. But now, these bimbos came from wherever. The likes of Leo went to Nyalugunga Primary School and came to Nairobi, and then went to college, then came with the village mentality that, you come from a particular area, identify yourself with this particular area. That is what really happened. And mosquito bite, who is this? No, you are muted, Leo. You're muted. You are not.
Sorry. I'm saying mosquito bite is asking this. Let me ask you a question as a patriot. Is voting for your tribe illegal in Kenya? Why shouldn't I vote for my tribe? I thought the only issue was causing harm to other tribes.
Mosquito bite. Let me try and answer you. Why this kind of mentality is good and bad at the same time. Voting for your tribe is good. It's good only when you are voting and knowing that this person's policies are going to serve you. All right. But what if there is your tribe and another tribe standing by, and this other tribe has got more qualification than your tribe, then you should not vote for your tribe. That is the danger. So in the event, you have voted for your tribe because it's your tribesman, but he cannot deliver. So mosquito bite, if your tribesman cannot deliver, if they are corrupt, then let them stay aside and vote for the next person who is not your tribe, but they can deliver. So look for people who have got a better understanding of the area, a better understanding of the policies that you want implemented, and a better understanding of legislation, how to serve you better when they get to parliament. I hope I answered your question.
Are you trying to say that if the tribe is the only thing that a candidate is offering, then that one is dangerous? Like, we should look for some other things that are being offered, and like people who come whereby the only thing that they're offering you is that vote for me, because they normally have some slogans. Like in Luo, they'll tell you Ma Marwa, meaning this is ours, in year two, such kind of sentiments, that the only thing that they can offer is to tell
Now
you that,
they have one called Girwani.
Yes, Girwani. So meaning it is ours.
It is
There's
ours.
nothing that is
See,
attached to it. I think that is dangerous. If you have to vote, and the only motivation that is making you to vote is because this person comes from my village, I think that is dangerous. Coming from my village should come last after you've looked at other qualities. Then again, Mzalendo, there's something you are telling Mosquito, that you need to vote for somebody who is having idea. How do you identify these ideas? Because when people campaign, somebody will just say something to entice you. There's this thing that came that is called manifesto. I don't know your take on manifesto, but me, if you ask me to vote somebody based on manifesto, manifestos can be misleading. There are people, even they can't even read and write, but they will come up with some polished manifestos. They'll go Google, assemble these things together, tell you how in 2 weeks time we'll have this. A manifesto that speaks and is so interesting, it's so attractive. But after voting them, you come to realize that even themselves, they did not know what was in their manifesto. So how do we identify these leaders?
Let me tell you, before mosquito bite, before you started voting, if you ask your uncles, I believe you're young, that's why you're talking like that. Before you started voting, go and ask your uncles how they used to elect leaders. This is how they used to elect leaders. In area where you come from, there was this crop, Leo, you should also listen to this. In areas where you come from, you heard of, you hear areas, you hear of some famous politicians before in your area. You never got to meet them. I would tell you that my uncle was a very good debater when it came to issues of debate. So in areas, because the areas were very, very vast, long time, to select an MP, they would know the next meeting, where the next rally, where it's going. And all these MPs would meet, all these candidates would meet in a platform. Yeah. It was not, we had only one party called CAN then.
Yeah.
They would meet in a platform, sell their agenda and what they want to do for the people. So at the end of the day, everybody who was there was no money that you're going to give to people, but you'd sell your policy, you'd sell your agenda, you'd talk to the people, convince us that you are the best candidate. Then after your speech, you utaskia, that is the guy we are selecting. That is the guy I'm going to vote for. That is the guy I'm going to vote. Because you have sold your agenda, you have sold your policies the way and articulated them. Where I am, it still happens. They call it caucus. When you hear Democrats having a caucus, all the Democratic and Republican candidates, they come to that particular area, and it's a town hall meeting where everybody is there. Then you are given a chance, Leo. Yes, you want to be the guy. You want to be our representative. Can you tell us what you'll offer us or what you have? Then the panel that is there also shoots questions to you. How you answer them really matters on the kind of.
But Mzalendo, I get that. Look at the setup of the Kenyan politics. Huh? We don't have town hall meetings. And I think this is intentional, because if I want to become an MP and I call for a town hall meeting, it's obvious that people are going to know my weakness. People want to meet you in crowded places where you cannot be able to ask them questions. You will only be responding. Apart from giving you money, they'll be saying something, and your role will just be saying yes, yes, and the slogan. Such kind of politics, I think, is what has occupied this country. But if indeed we can be having town hall meetings, we can be having good leaders. Look for the presidential elections. They normally do it towards the end of the elections, and it is done maybe once or twice. They're only done twice, and not so many people are reached. This presidential debate takes like 2 hours. It is televised. There are people who don't have TV. So at the end of the day, you'll find that they only influence some informed voters who manage to follow it through the TV. So our politicians, the campaign system, I think the one that they're using is the one that is making citizens not to know who is right and who is wrong. That is why you end up electing people in Senate who cannot even speak. I don't want to mention names, but I know of senators who cannot even utter a word. I had one recently when they were debating this Haiti thing. I don't know if the senator of Embu, he stood up and in some Swahili and said, "No, Mr. Speaker, let us go to the voting. Let us go to the voting." So I was like, is this a senator?
Yeah, there are many. There are many in the Senate. There are also a lot of many of those leaders who have never spoken a word in Parliament.
Yeah.
They can't debate. They can't legislate because they come from your tribe. So mosquito bite. These leaders voting for personal choice, and voting is a personal choice and a right. Nobody disputes that. No one should make you feel that voting for your tribe signifies something negative. You vote based on what resonates with you. We have agreed that you can vote for your tribe because they represent your values and what you believe in on, even if there are things that are not important to other people. But we are saying that if you want good leadership, vote for somebody who is from your tribe and has got good policies and can represent you perfectly. He can be of your tribe, he can be of of another tribe. From what you're saying, mosquito bite, you can't vote for anybody who is outside your tribe. Suppose you go to a cosmopolitan area like Nairobi and you don't find somebody from your tribe. Will you vote? That's the question I pose for you. Or you will vote until the next general election or election cycle when you'll have somebody of your tribe. So voting for your tribe, that's an argument that we don't want even to start dwelling on it, because tribalism is where what has caused all the problems in this country.
Zanendo, I think some time back there was this subject, there was this thing called civic education, and it was not only taught in schools, but I think there was some department like the area chiefs or some kind of people who will give people civic education. Nowadays, it's not there, but because of advancements.
Do you know who stopped the civic education?
Not really.
Find out the person who stopped the civic. The politicians are the ones who stopped the civic education. Moi stopped it at some point. Civic education was, do you know, you go into a polling station, you find a shosho who does not know how to read. You find the people. I've been in a campaign. I've gone to this particular area.
Yeah.
Where they are telling me
that
they don't know that the constitution of Kenya was changed.
No, it happened. It happens.
Unacheka.
It happens.
When I took election posters in this particular area, they are telling me, what is this? They are seeing it for the first time.
I get you.
They're seeing it for the first time. You can imagine. This is a true story. A true story. And when you look at the locals, how they live, You see, in a shop unaweza pata unapata duka iko na maziwa, iko na nini. The locals kwa duka yake akona kwa shelf. Unaona the way the shelves ziko za duka. Ameweka miwa. No, nacheka. This is what tribe does. This is what tribalism has done to the country. Kwa shelf iko na miwa. Miwa. You go with your car there, the locals chase that car up and up. Mali, do you know, I drove to that particular area because it's a terrain. You unaenda na motorbike.
Yeah.
And, you know, as a politician, unaenda unapeana the goodies and all that. They've never seen this kind of kindness before.
Yeah.
They are definitely going to vote for you.
Yeah.
Whether, because no politician has ever accessed that area.
Yeah.
They have never seen any politician in their life. Now, this is somebody who is telling them he's going to bring for them this and this. Do you know, they didn't want even to let me go. Nikatoka hapo nikarudi home. How they made it mpaka home, it's mpaka leo, it's a mystery. It was almost 10 kilometers from my village. Tukaenda, by the time nilikuwa naingia home hivi pap.
Yeah.
The lady I was speaking with up in the mountains, I could see them trailing the vehicles na wanapita vichochoro zingine. They were already at my doorstep. They had not had enough of what I had said. They still wanted to see that hiki tunasema ni ukweli. So there are some places that are so remote that need to be opened up. Devolution was a good thing, but our leaders are eating the money that belongs to the people. And that is the sad part of it. So it's not helping as much. A few people are getting rich.
Yeah.
And I want to, like areas where we come from, take a good investigation of the hospitality industries. Hizo hoteli zilifunguliwa mpya. They are either opened by the people working in the county assembly through proxy. Kwa nini zimefunguliwa na watu wanafanya county assembly? Kwa sababu wameiba pesa yako wakafungua hizo mahoteli. But very soon the locals will start taking over those hotels that they are built with your money. Yeah.
Get you. It's a sad story. Actually, it's really a sad story, because if people can just get some civic education, I don't know, because of the technology, maybe if the internet can be used well, things like Facebook, things like YouTube, then that one can be better, because the content that even the children, the younger generation is consuming currently is a content that is going to haunt them in the near future, because they're not consuming anything positive. The society is already rotten, and they are consuming what is rotten in this society, meaning they're also going to be producing some rotten products. So do you think is there a way that we can be able to change? Maybe we can say this generation that we're having right now already Sharibika. What about the next generation?
In each generation yetu haijaribika, because we are doing the right thing. When people like Mosquito Bite come to the channel, we try to give them the right perspective of things. So it's never rotten. What we need to do is to keep on doing what we are doing. Keep on trying to give, to fill in the gap where the fourth estate has failed. This conversation, you cannot find it going for hours in the mainstream media, but you can find it in the YouTube channels, where we try to give the right conversation to our people, so that they get informed, they get to know that, you know, you need to get a representation, but good representation. Good representation does not mean that I have to vote for somebody of my tribe. The way Mosquito Bite had initially come here saying that I have to vote for somebody from my tribe. But good representation means that, yes, he's from my tribe, but he has got good policies, got good understanding, and he will deliver at the end of the day. I think, Leo, that is what I have. Yeah. Who is this? Tribalism is like persistent in Kenya. How much? Yeah, I need to answer this one. Tribalism is likely to persist in Kenya, much like racism in the US. The essential goal is to prevent it from inflicting harm on others. I agree with you. That's a very, very good point, because when you travel out of your country and you realize that what racism does, that is the same thing that you are doing indirectly to your fellow brother. And we call it racism and tribalism are just one thing. Racism and tribalism are just one thing. Racism is one word, race. Tribe is one word, tribe, meaning somebody from a different culture. Somebody from a different culture is what we call tribalism. Racism is something from a different race, a different African race, Indian race, and so on. So tribalism it takes it back now to the roots, culture. Somebody from a different culture. A Luo is a culture. A Kikuyu is a culture. Somali is a culture. That is why we call it tribalism. But is it a good thing? No. Is it something our politicians are talking about today? Ebu niambie if there is a politician who is frequently talking about tribalism in the political circle, just mention one who each and every time akishika microphone anasema tuwache ukabila. Kunayo? Kama kunayo, uniambie. Kama kunayo kuniambia. Hakuna mtu wa siasa sahihi atakwambia yeye apendi ukabila. Wanasiasa sahihi wanapenda ukabila. Ukienda Nairobi, rafiki yangu George Haladu anakuambia sisi kama Waluya tumeamua hivi. Ukienda Nyanza, John Mbadi anakuambia one kaka Joluo. Leo pia anakuambia one kaka si. Ukienda Central, Gachagua anakuambia modo wa Jumba. Ukienda Ukambani, Kalonzo uko pale na Wasiata. Sisi kama Wakamba. Ukienda Mombasa wanakuambia sisi kama watu wa pwani. Sisi kama watu wa pwani, wewe ni mtu wa bara, unaona?
Wewe ni mtu wa bara.
Wewe ni mtu wa bara. Wewe ni mtu wa bara. Wewe, you are not one of us. He has already identified you politely. Like wewe, you are not one of them. Unaona? Yes, they can live with you, but you are not one of them. And should there be a situation whereby they want to chase you out, they have a reason to, because you are not one
of them.
One of them. Yeah, so that is the danger of tribalism.
So we have a lot to do.
Yep. Sawa leo.
We have a lot to do to ensure that the next generation, they don't fall victims,
Yeah. The next generation, the ism is what makes it negative. Tribe can be positive. Let me tell you the good thing about tribe. If we put our football, mambo kama mpira ikuwe ni mambo ya ukabila, then Meru kulikuwa na timu inaitwa Mafoko Bombers. Mafoko Bombers ilikuwa inasapotiwa na Wameru wote, watu wa Eastern. That is positive energy towards soccer. Ukienda Central, kulikuwa na timu inaitwa Scarlet na area ya Nakuru, I think Nakuru. Ilikuwa inaitwa Rivertex, ilikuwa inatoka Eldoret.
Rivertex ilikuwa Eldoret.
No, Central kulikuwa na timu inaitwa Akati FC. Akati FC ilikuwa ni timu ya Wakikuyu. If they can revive that, rally about, put all their energy and the money that they have to support the youth into joining clubs and playing soccer in the name of tribe, itakuwa mzuri. Gor tayari unaona Wajaluo, they are rallying towards Gor Mahia as their team, as their tribe identity. That one is good. That one is good. Wakale tumewachia mbio, tunaona tunawasupport hata kwa mbio yao, hata hao wakikuja kwa Gor wanasupport Gor Mahia kwa nini zetu. So that is the only way tribe can be of benefit. And another thing, in areas in agriculture, tukijua kama kuna miraa ya watu wa Meru, miraa inakuzwa Meru sana. Kama kuna consumers wa mogoka, that is the only way to support them. Tukinunua hiyo mogoka yao na miraa yao, that is the only, because it cannot grow in Nyanza. Nao pia ile samaki yenyu wanunue kwa sababu hao wana hiyo samaki. So that is the only way tribe interacts, positive. But sasa tukikuja kwa politics, let us now not go beyond that and bring it into politics.
So we can have positive use of tribe, like in sports. Actually, that is the only way, the only place tribes can be used positively, so that we can realize some active for us to activate. But they are sports and games, we need to make it tribal.
Unaona kama Leo, sorry to interject. Unaona kama Kanu Nuong, unajua Kanu? Kanu, this guy who used to play for Nigeria, and
I know Kanu from Nigeria.
Kanu comes from Kano Plains in Nigeria. When he came to the Tatiarambes, to the Super Eagles, he was representing that region. Unaona, in soccer. Alikuwa, yani, he was the only star in that particular region. When he came, he carried the burden of that particular community. And he came to the Nigerian team and he delivered. So every time he used to play for his country, his tribesmen, people from his country knew that this guy is representing our region and country. Region and country. Goody is asking, intermarriages, will they help? Oh my God, intermarriages. Oh, so long as the way the boy child anadarao to mama, I just idea sana.
It is a long, but sometimes I'm told President Moi to try and maybe dilute this tribalism, encourage Kenyans to intermarry, so that.
Moi was not tribal. Moi was not as tribal as people might have thought. Moi tried to do his best, and being somebody of his generation, he tried to act like, balance every region. But again, he used tribe to undermine other regions too. If you are not politically inclined to his beliefs, then you would not bring development in those particular areas. That is why we had multi-party politics kick in. People like Matiba resigned from cabinet and said, enough is enough, let us have multi-party politics. Our people cannot be marginalized for so long. So that's how multi-party was born.
So Moi used tribes actually to try and maybe do some disservice to other people. People who did not maybe follow his way. It was his way or no way. But I think he just took advantage because we did not have a concrete constitution. But currently, I don't think there is a leader who can do that, because already we are having a constitution that is working and is ensuring that even if you don't believe you oppose the president, you'll still get development. We've seen, like the current president, if you go to places like Homa Bay, you go to places like Siaya. Actually, when they were launching these, how do you call it? These ones that were being launched by Moses Kuria, the industrial parks or whatever, most of them were done in areas that were perceived to be opposing the president. So I think it is because we have to thank our progressive constitution for that we can now not be maybe victims of patronage politics, whereby you have to follow what the executive wants.
Yeah, Ruto is a good student of both political generations. You will get a bit of Moi here, a bit of Raila here, a bit of Kibaki here, a bit of, he'll get a bit of everything, then come up with it, because he has learned from all these people. He has seen now with the mistake. That's why you are seeing he's comfortably handling the political situation so calmly that unashindwa amefanya nini. I mean, si wewe mwenyewe unashindwa huyu jamaa amefanya nini? How come Raila is now singing in this guy's tune? Yeah, amefanya nini? What has he done? Look at how he finished maandamano. Virahisi tu. Look at how he has finished the political temperature in the country. Angalia vile amemaliza. Did you believe that a few months ago we could not see each eye to eye with anybody called UDA? Tungekuwa hapo kwa comment section, ungekuwa unasikia tugenge hawa, kungenge sijui nini, matusi hiyo yote imeisha. Hiyo yote imeisha. Hiyo yote amemaliza. Hiyo matusi yote ulikuwa unasikia watu wanakutukana na hapo. Unasikia imeenda wapi? Matusi imeisha.
Matusi imeisha. That is true.
Watu walikuwa wanakuja kwa comment section na matusi kama wamebeba kwa gunia. Saizi wangeshanitukana hapo, mzalendo, stupid, loser, sijui na, but you see, ile ukweli tulikuwa nawaambia ndio hii sasa, mnaona. We kept on telling you for the last 2 years, this is what will happen, ndio hii imefanyika. Now we are telling you the next phase of the Kenyan politics is the unity of our country. And Ruto will be the first Kenyan to unite Kenyans based on, not based on tribe, but on values. Ruto will unite Kenyans. I'm telling you the truth. Sayari si yuko Nyanza.
Yeah.
Today Ruto walks, wewe, si Ruto sahi akitembea Kondele. Anaweza tembea na hakuna mtu anamguza.
Yeah, actually.
Ruto can walk in Kondele without a bodyguard.
That is true.
Yes, si ni ukweli?
Yeah, something he could not do before.
And no watampatia escort mpaka mali anaenda.
I get that. I get that.
So hii siasa tulikuwa nayo hapa, ati yo sijui nini, boss. You are on your own.
I think Mzalendo, that is enough for today. You can just give maybe your parting shot as we wind it up.
I mean, I think I've given a lot of parting shots, but what I need to say is that on the issues of today, the county governments needs to know what to bring in the Senate. The issue that was brought today on the Senate is something that should not have crossed beyond Sotik, or beyond Kericho. That is something that should have been stopped by elders somewhere. Simbarati, if you're listening, that is an embarrassment to the Kisii community. Mzee kama ule anakuja kwa Senate analia machozi. That's a big embarrassment. That is something that should have been stopped at that level ya wazee kumaliza. You can't bring such domestic and family politics into a national agenda, and in the name of kufukuza mtu kazi. So that is very, very sad. What I urge Kenyans to do right now is to look at the NADCO report. Kuja hapo kwa comment section utuambie if there is any part of that report that you feel that represented your views. Kuja utuambie, maybe there is something that we are not seeing. Me personally, I'm not seeing. You come and let me know, or when I'm in this particular panel, that there is something in that report that is for me and you. If there is nothing in that report for me and you, also please come and share it. Share it with your family members, share it with everybody else, and know that we are all being played by the political class. Otherwise, Leo, thank you very much. Thank you, Goodyear, for the questions that you asked. Intermarriage, no. There's some cultures in Kenya still that don't accept other women from other tribes. There's a lot of barrier in that. It is all in the mind. I think politics should be taught in tribalism, should be a subject in schools. If it is introduced in schools early enough, then tribalism is something that is going to be of the past. Let us introduce tribalism as a subject to be studied in school, and the effects of tribalism, the positive side of it and the negative impact in our society when we practice tribalism. Otherwise, thank you. Have a good morning wherever you are, and a good night if you are in Europe or you are in America. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. And to the viewers, we also thank you. And I still request you that the only way you can support us or you can support this program is by subscribing to Afrique 24-hour TV. It's simple. It only takes you 30 seconds to click on the subscription button and turning on the notification bell. So let us meet tomorrow for more interactive sessions like this. So keep it here at Afrique 24/7.
Sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko jamhuri, eko jamhuri, eko jamhuri, Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko jamhuri, sote eko jamhuri, eko jamhuri, Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kweli twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Eko tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Vika Mombasa, vitoa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu.
PPMC Production.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Kenya nchi tunayoipenda. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Kenya makao yetu ni nchi ya kupendeza, kamwe hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Kamwe Kenya hatutaiacha. Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, nchi yenye upendo, hatutaacha Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Tumeapa sote wananchi wa Kenya kutumikia Kenya daima na milele.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima.
Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, nikienda ng'ambo nitarudi. Sitadanganya kamwe na wageni, wala sitapotoshwa na wabaya. Sitasaliti Kenya nchi yangu, na majirani wangu nitalinda. Wenzangu,
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele